Obviously, if there's questions along the way, then obviously that's part of the record, but that's the logistic.
That was the logistic, because we have an interpreter present and she's gonna be speaking, so I just don't write it then. Okay.
Well, she's going to, he or
She's gonna
she,
be interpreting.
he or she, I don't know if it's a he or she at this point, they're gonna just read, because they're gonna be reading the exhibit, ma'am,
Okay.
the 116, and so at whatever point it is, they're gonna read
Okay.
the translation that's already been made,
Okay, Judge.
okay?
All right, so,
So really, it's gonna be a translation, not an interpretation at this point,
If we agree, she doesn't have to do anything.
because it's already in,
It's already there.
It's already recorded
Correct.
on this disc, and there's this document.
yes.
okay, my concern was only because the interpreter was gonna be here and she was gonna be speaking.
But just reading, basically reading it for them, and the purpose of it so that the jury's not distracted by reading along instead of observing the video that
So
they need to.
other than the lawyers talking, once the video starts and the interpreter's talking, she's hands off.
Okay.
Correct,
saying.
correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and for the record, again, all objections as to the video have been made and addressed, so there should be no reason at this point to, I mean, we can address anything after the fact, or bench conference if we need to. But as far as the court's rulings and the defense objections, they've already been recorded.
Yes, sir.
Okay? Yes?
We'll agree there'd be no comments made while the
Correct,
video's being played.
correct.
Thank you, Your Honor. And you're gonna go, you'll bring that.
We're working on that, yes, sir. We'll take a short recess, actually, the jury's been excused, so we'll see how long it takes us to get someone here. Thank you.
All rise.
this on here. All right, we're ready for the jury, Mr. Alanis. Oh, no, the defendant's not out yet. 1 second. 1 second. You can bring him out, please.
Judge, can you explain to Calderon what he's gonna do?
Yes, sir.
I
So,
already did, but,
do you have the exhibit?
yes, sir. Where's the exhibit?
So I've admitted, I didn't keep it, did I?
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 116
You go, Judge.
is the transcript and translation. So what the attorneys have agreed to, and put this on the record, is for you to read along, so the jury's not distracted if they have to read along. And wherever there's a translation, you'll pause it briefly,
I'll pause it.
so you can translate, or not translate, you're gonna read the Spanish portion, okay?
The English.
Well, he's gonna read the Spanish portion that comes out in English, the translation.
Correct.
Can you find something in Spanish where you can do it?
You wanna, okay, an example?
Yeah, that way he'll know exactly what it's
And some of it may be, let's see. Like here, okay, bueno, well,
So I skip the bueno?
no, you're not gonna, whenever the bueno comes out on the video, cause they're not gonna have a transcript, so if they don't understand Spanish, they're gonna rely on this
So I
document.
only read the English?
Correct, but where there's a Spanish word, you read what it translates to, which is,
I understand.
should be right next to it. Let's see,
Pero,
like here, pero, you're gonna say but, and then here, obviously, no te iba a hacer caso, right? Obviously, she was not going to obey you. Whenever you hear that, you say this, right?
We're not gonna obey you.
Yes.
Okay,
No sabes? You don't know.
and you'll let me know when, they'll let me know when to do that, or?
Well, you're gonna be listening and
Okay.
following along, so you
Okay.
can be on the page, right?
Okay,
I'll pause it,
okay,
and you can
If-
say the word.
understood,
And then just to make sure, yeah, and if you have a doubt as to where you're at, ask for clarification.
understood.
And so there was not only no objection, there was an agreement from the defense and the state to allow the witness to read the English portion of the translation to the jury from the exhibit that's already been admitted into evidence, which is Exhibit 116. Is that correct, Mr. Fuchs?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Alanis?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
No, we're in agreement.
Okay. Let's just wait for Mr. Perez. He stepped out again.
He's right here.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna say before I bring the jury in. You ready, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, let's bring the jury in now, please.
All rights for the jury.
You may be seated. I'm going to explain briefly to the jury what we are going to do so they'll understand. There was Exhibit 116 has been admitted into evidence. It's a transcript. It has some translation from Spanish to English. And so our witness, wherever the translation portion comes out, our witness is going to read that aloud. The exhibit will be available for the jury's review during deliberations. But at this time, so that everyone can be able to observe the video, we're gonna handle it this way, okay? You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before we broke, we were talking about the interview of Juan David Ortiz and the confession. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At approximately what time? Now you have a timeline, correct?
I do.
Okay, now if you can refer to that timeline. Or if you recall. At what time did the interview of Juan David Ortiz begin?
3:21 a.m.
Okay. And who was present?
I was present along with Ranger E.J. Salinas.
And describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the setting and whether Mr. Ortiz was restrained, or if he was restrained, how was he restrained, and if you can paint the room for us.
It's a simple room with a table and a couple of chairs, and he was sitting toward the entrance, and he was restrained in the front, I believe, if I recall.
He was handcuffed.
Yes.
Where was he handcuffed? On his hands, on his feet, on just on his? How was he handcuffed? Was he shackled?
I recall the handcuffs. I don't recall the shackles, but he might have been. But I recall the handcuffs.
Okay. And where were you?
I was sitting in front of Mr. Ortiz.
On the opposite side of the table?
No, same side of the table.
Okay. And what about Ranger Salinas?
He was sitting to my right.
Okay. And what is the first thing that you all do when you walk in?
We introduced ourselves, and Ranger Salinas brought out the rights and read him his rights.
Okay. What was his demeanor when you began speaking to him? I'm talking about Juan David Ortiz. What was Juan David Ortiz's demeanor?
He was not really. He wasn't really one way or the other.
Well, let me
He
ask you
wasn't
this.
excitable,
Let me
he
be more specific. Was he angry?
He did not seem angry, no.
Was he being violent?
No, he was not being violent at all.
Was he being calm?
He seemed calm, yes.
Okay. You said that the ranger read him his rights, correct?
Correct.
And how did Juan David Ortiz acknowledge those rights?
He said he understood. He nodded his head and he said, mm-hmm.
Okay. So he nodded his head.
Yes.
Okay. And we showed the rights earlier, right? The Texas Ranger form. It's been admitted. Was he asked to sign those acknowledgments?
He was asked to sign the acknowledgments, yes.
Okay. And then what if anything happened?
He refused to sign.
Okay. After he refused to sign, what happened?
We continued talking.
Okay.
He was asked if he understood. He said, uh-huh, and we continued the interview.
Was he cooperating when you first began speaking with him?
He was speaking and he was talking, but he wasn't being cooperative, no.
What was the first thing he said when you... Well, tell us, what was the first thing you asked him when you sat down there? How do you start your interview?
We introduce ourselves, and normally I ask if they know why they're there, why we're meeting, why we're talking.
Okay. And what was his response?
He claimed not to know.
Oh, what can you do you you remember him saying you remember him saying you already know?
Yes, I do.
Did at any time did he say that?
Yes, he did.
How did he say that? Explain it to me or to the jury.
That was his response, and when we asked if we knew why he was here and why we needed to talk to him, you already know, was one of his responses.
One of his responses was, "You already know."
Yes.
Okay. So how does it start? What do you begin? What does he begin telling you?
I believe we bring up Erica first, Erica Pena.
Well, before that, is there?
Hold on.
Do you establish any sort of rapport with him?
We ask about his background.
Okay.
ask
Well,
him
let's
questions.
don't get ahead of us. Let's start at the beginning. How does
Okay.
it? How does walk the ladies and gentlemen of the jury through a typical interview and what you did on this case to establish rapport?
We ask what he does, what his name is, address, where he lives, just basic information to get to know who he is. And his responses were, "You already know."
Okay.
And
And eventually, does he share with you a little bit about his background?
eventually he starts sharing about his background. Yes.
Okay. And what do you learn about his background?
That he was in the Navy, and that he was a corpsman attached to a Marine unit, and that he served overseas.
Okay. What else did you learn about his background, his education, his training, his?
That he had a degree of higher education, and that he had lived out of Laredo and had moved to Laredo at some point.
Okay. Did he tell you that he had a master's degree?
He did, yes.
Okay. Did he tell you his employment?
Eventually, yes.
Okay. And what was that employment?
Border Patrol agent,
United States Border Patrol.
correct.
Okay. After you, so how long does the report last? Establishing report.
It takes a while.
Okay.
It wasn't quick.
Okay. What's the first? What is the first topic that you guys want to talk to him about?
We brought up the issue with Erica that had happened the night before.
Okay.
Erica Pena.
Okay. And how do you bring it up?
We asked if he knew her and if he could explain what happened.
What was his response to knowing Erica?
He said he didn't know any Erica, that the only Erica he knew was from back home somewhere. I think he said Gladys Porter High School or something to that effect, but that he didn't know any Erica in Laredo, only from back wherever his hometown is.
So back in, he said in Brownsville at Gladys Porter High School,
I
he
believe
knew
it
an
was-
Erica.
Yeah, I remember Gladys Porter, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Yes,
so he denied knowing Erica Pena.
he initially denied knowing Erica Pena, yes.
Okay. Did you all ask him about any of the items that were found or left in his truck?
Yes, we did.
What items were those?
There was a bag, and there was some contents in the bag, like a woman's bag.
A woman's purse? Would
Purse,
that be
yes.
more specific?
Correct, yes. It was
Okay.
a woman's purse.
You remember what color that woman's purse was?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay. Where are the exhibits? This is State's Exhibit 3. State's Exhibit 3. You can tell us what you see in this State's Exhibit.
It looks like a beer can and that purse, that bag.
Correct. And State's Exhibit 4. Does that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. So you ask him about that purse?
We asked him about what they had seen in the back of his, what was seen in the back of his truck, inside his Dodge.
What is his response to that?
He claimed that he didn't have any knowledge of it,
That he didn't have any knowledge, or he didn't know who it belonged to?
that he didn't, I don't remember verbatim what he said, but he claimed it wasn't anything of his.
Okay. What did he say about Erica initially?
Erica,
About Erica.
that he didn't know her, that he didn't know any Erica in Laredo. Like I said, that the only Erica he knew was from his hometown.
Okay.
That he didn't know what we were talking about.
Okay. Permission to publish disc 1, Your Honor. States Exhibit 104.
Yes, you may.
Do you have States Exhibit, is it 116? What is that exhibit in your hands?
Transcripts of Juan David Ortiz video recorded interview, States Exhibit 116.
116, okay. And that's, I'm gonna ask you to turn to the beginning. This is an official certified transcript. So, I want to direct your attention to disc 1 on the transcript. Are you there, disc 1?
I'm on disc 1, yes, sir.
Okay. I'm gonna ask you to turn to page 1 so that we can start the transcript, start the video. Is there audio recording in this video?
Yes, sir, there is.
Okay. Do you have the volume turned up?
Yeah, it's just nobody's. Move forward.
Yeah, if you can move forward. Oh, here he comes. Who's there in that video so far?
On the left is Lieutenant Nunez. On the right is Investigator Noe Gonzalez.
Okay. Gonzalez is the SWAT officer.
He was one of the SWAT officers when he was at the sheriff's office, yes.
What is the current time right now in that room?
It says 2:50. That would be 2:50 a.m.
This is close to 3 in the morning.
Correct.
Can we adjust the volume because we can't hear?
The system.
They contacted the IT personnel to come here. They'll be here in a few minutes.
What time is it on the video right now?
2:53, 52 seconds.
And what time do you walk in, or what time do you start your interview?
We start our interview at 3:21.
Okay, so there's still gonna be there'll be some dead time for now, right? Nothing's gonna happen.
Correct.
Okay. While the video plays, I'll go ahead and I'll be asking you some questions regarding the progression of the interview, and then we'll come back and we'll play the video. Just answer the questions to the best of your ability. If you have to refer to your notes, refer to your notes. This was a long 10-hour interview, correct?
Correct.
Okay. After he denies knowing Erica, what do you get into?
We get into the murders that we had been investigating.
Okay. What is his initial response to the murders? And be more specific. How do you approach this, if you can recall? Do you use it? Do you go by dates, crime scenes, names? How is it? Tell the jury.
Names, we ask names. I believe we brought up Melissa Ramirez, asking if he knew who Melissa Ramirez was.
Okay. Do you, let's talk about his demeanor at this time, okay? And I want to ask you if you notice anything unusual or anything as far as in distress or mental distress in Mr. Ortiz.
He didn't seem to be in any distress, no.
Any delusions,
No.
hallucinations,
No.
auditory manifestations?
Didn't seem to, no.
Was he oriented as to time,
Yes.
place,
Yes.
situation?
Yes.
Was there anything to indicate to you that he was not mentally able to understand what was going on? Any indicators?
I had no indicators to believe that.
Have you had the occasion to encounter people who are going through any sort of mental distress?
Yes, I have.
Okay. In your time as a law enforcement officer,
Correct, yes, sir.
did he display any symptoms to you or signs? I know you're not a doctor, but just to the plain eye, did he display any signs of mental illness or disorder or anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay. That being said, did you inquire into his health?
I believe Ranger Salinas brought up his health, yes, during the interview.
Okay, and was this at the beginning of the interview?
It was toward the beginning, yes.
Okay, and did Mr. Ortiz discuss his physical health or mental health or emotional health, psychological health? Did he share that with you?
I remember him talking about PTSD and some of the issues he had from the military.
Okay, did he explain to you that he had began receiving services in February of 2018 at the VA?
In Laredo, yes.
Yes. The February of 2018, and we're in September of 2018, right?
Correct.
So approximately 5 to 6 months before, he said he started receiving services from the VA.
Yes, sir.
He also explained to you that he had been in the military and deployed in Iraq.
Yes.
And when was that?
That was in the,
In what year was he in Iraq? Do you recall?
I don't recall off the top of my head, but it was earlier in the 2000s.
Was it like in 03?
Around there, yes.
Okay. And also, were you able to determine how long at this point in time, on September the 14th of 2018, how long he had been employed with the United States Border Patrol?
Yes.
How long?
I don't recall, but we did go over that. It was several years,
Approximately 9 years,
approximately.
give or take.
Yeah, he was a supervisory agent
Okay. Where was he? Where was a supervisory agent? Where?
at the Border Intelligence Center.
The
in
BIC, the BIC.
They call it the BIC, yes.
Okay. And what happens at the BIC?
At the BIC, it's a building housed in a Border Patrol compound, and it's one of their intelligence center, intelligence sharing.
So they work with federal, state, and local law enforcement and sharing intel,
Correct.
protecting the border,
Correct.
protecting the United States,
Correct. Yes,
and
sir.
enforcing the laws.
Yes, sir.
And he was a supervisor there.
He was a supervisor for one of the intel units there. Yes.
At this time, we're gonna take a break so that we can take care of this audio issue, and then we'll resume. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Waiting for you to pause on your question. Ladies and gentlemen, Joe, I'm gonna excuse you for a few minutes so that we can take care of the technical issues. I'll remind you not to discuss facts of the case. Thank you.
All rise to the jury. All rise to the jury.
You may be seated. And just for the jury's information, we'll be breaking for lunch in about an hour and 15 minutes, which is the duration of this portion of the video. Okay. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Permission to publish the video, and I believe we have the audio issue already fixed.
You may, sir.
I've been asking this question, but
it in the English or Spanish language?
I believe it's English and English. English.
So you conducted the interview in English.
There was back and forth when he would speak Spanish, so it's mixed. It was primarily English.
So primarily in the English language, but there was Spanish language used.
Correct.
Also commonly known as Tex-Mex.
Correct. Yes.
Images that you showed him, you testified that you showed him some purses, or photos of some purses, correct?
Correct.
Where he claimed, what did he claim when you showed him the pictures of the purses?
That he didn't know who they were.
Can I approach you on that?
Yeah, I'm gonna get some coffee. Yeah.
Well,
Pause it. Pause just to ask you this question.
go ahead.
If I may approach. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 117. State's Exhibit 117. Do you recognize what's in State's Exhibit 117?
Yes.
Okay. Is this one of the items you showed to?
It's one of the items that was shown to me and we showed it to him. Yes.
Okay. And how was it shown to you? The actual purse or a picture?
A picture.
Okay. And you showed this picture to Juan David Ortiz?
We asked him about it. Yes.
You showed him the
Yes.
picture? Okay.
We're still objecting to the propriety of the search of the vehicle, and that has not been established yet. So we believe this evidence is premature until the court rules.
That's a legal issue.
Well,
Or a factual issue.
Your objection is relevance at this point? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's not relevant.
Well, objection noted, objection overruled. State's Exhibit 117 is admitted into evidence at this time.
Well, we got the video on, but can you describe what's in 117?
It's a purse, brown women's purse.
Brown woman's purse. And you asked Ortiz about this brown woman's purse.
Yes.
So how many purses in total were in his truck?
I recall two.
Two purses. The pink one that you said earlier,
Yes.
and this one.
Yes.
And where was this one located? Was it in the front or the back?
I don't recall. I just saw the picture of it. I didn't go to the actual vehicle.
Okay. Go ahead and play.
Yeah, I have the first cop. so if you need the names for your report or something, I can. No, I can't all know this. That's why it's wrong. That you. Your cat. Call me. What's your name, sir? I'm sorry, sir. What's your name, sir? Ariel Gonzalez. A-R-I-E-L? Ariel? Ariel Gonzalez. Like Super Mario.
By this time, it's after 3 a.m. Have any weapons been found in his vehicle?
By 3 a.m., may I check my, no,
Yes.
I believe around that time, close to that time, it was recovered.
You remember asking him about the gun in his truck
Yes, we do ask him about the gun in his truck.
and on what was his response to when you asked him if that gun in his truck, is that yours or is it Border Patrol's? Do you remember
He
asking him
said
that?
that he should have, that he thought he had two. He thought he had a 9mm and a 40 in his truck. But if only the 40 was there, that's a Border Patrol 40 caliber weapon.
Did he tell you the model of the gun
H&K,
and the caliber?
40 caliber.
Did he tell you what kind of ammunition he carried with the?
His response was whatever they give me at work.
So the government issued ammo.
Correct.
I know he's waiting for you guys to get there, right?
Correct.
What are you doing right now there at the station?
At that time, I had probably just arrived, so unloading the stuff from my police car, or from the police car, and putting it in my office and getting my stuff ready for the interview, preparing.
Okay, so this is disc 1, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and in this particular disc, do you guys give him a water bottle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember him admitting to running from the troopers?
Yes.
And he speaks to you about that?
He mentions about how the troopers one of them needs to stop smoking because he outran him easily, or he made a comment like that.
He makes that statement that one of the troopers was out of shape.
Yes.
And then he brings it up again that he outran the troopers.
Yes.
Okay. And he goes over his education with you.
When we start talking to him, yes.
Okay. Press play.
I haven't looked at how yet, but I was gonna ask. Nobody has the 43 on there. Nobody has the 43. I don't know yet.
Pause before you walk in.
Mike, please.
Apologize. In disc 1 also, are you familiar with at what point in time the word blackout was used?
I believe Ranger Salinas asks him if he suffers from any sort of blackouts.
How did that topic come up? Who was the one that first mentioned the word blackouts?
I believe I'd have to look here to be sure, but I believe it was Ranger Salinas.
Okay. Do you want to look at the record real quick?
May I?
Yes. On page 39.
Correct. Agent Salinas, he says, has there ever come a time where you black out that you don't what you did?
So Ranger Salinas brought up the word blackout.
Correct.
Okay, let's play.
Oi! Let me go to the restroom. So what is it? Who's the trooper I smoked, man? The trooper couldn't keep up with me, dude. Tell him he needs to work out some more, man. Two of them. Two troopers, good. I was fucking running, dude. change this baby here, but. Oh, I know, okay. I already drank with them. Appreciate it, brother.
Can we keep playing it, Your Honor?
You want to pause it before they start, though?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yes, sir.
As soon as they walk in, we'll pause it. Let's play.
Is there anyone outside? We found blood on the boots. Okay, take care.
and
That it? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, during the video, you're going to be hearing statements made by officers, and you are not. The statements made by the officers are not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted by the officers. It's being it should be considered only to put in context what the defendant's statement is or statements are during the interview, and so the jury is to focus on the defendant's statements being made during the interview at the request of the defense and the state. That's the instruction to the jury at this time. You may proceed.
yeah, no, I'm just saying.
It's custom chip.
You sure?
I know.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Doing okay?
Good, good.
See?
You comfortable? You need some water or anything?
Yeah.
No, I'm good.
Are you right-handed or left-handed?
Left.
Left-handed? Okay. You want any more water? I'm interested in the fixed range. I don't know if you know what we do or... We're part of the CPS family.
Captain Gunner, I'm Sheriff, okay? I'm gonna... Right.
Yeah.
Where's your right hand?
Sorry.
Where you right with? Right, left hand?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna...
We're gonna let your right go through.
Okay. You want? More comfortable? Yeah. Just gonna secure you right here. You okay there?
Yeah.
Close the door there. Right here.
What's the date already? Saturday?
The 15th.
Yeah, but on the day.
September 15th?
No, the day. Saturday. Okay, it is 09/15/2018. It is Saturday. It is 3:21 a.m. I'm interested in the Texas Rangers, okay? And we're here at the US 59 Wood County Substation, and I'm here with
Captain Gunner, what kind of sheriff's office?
what's your name?
You guys already know.
Can you tell us?
You guys already know.
Okay, yeah. You know, there's always two sides to every story. Everybody has problems, you know. And you know you're in custody right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Are you waiting to tell us your side of the story as far as what happened, or? No? Yeah, that's just have to read your rights, okay? Yeah, you have the right to remain silent and not make any statement at all. Any statement you make may be used against you in trial. Any statement you make may be used as evidence against you in court. You have the right to have a lawyer present and to advise you prior to during any questioning. If you are unable to employ a lawyer, you have the right to have a lawyer appointed to advise you prior to and during any questioning. You have the right to terminate the interview at any time. Prior to and during the making of any statement, you knowingly, intentionally, and voluntarily waive this right set in this document. You understand your rights? I just need your initial right here that you understand your rights. You good? You don't want to sign up? Okay. Do you live by yourself at the house? Is somebody else at the house?
They're in San Antonio.
Okay. And this has nothing to do with what we're talking about. I just want to, because we're going to go to your house, eventually get a search warrant. And we want to be sure we don't want to, you have any dogs, anything like that in there? Okay, nobody's going to come back and we're going to frighten them or anything?
My wife's driving from San Antonio to Laredo. If you guys could pull over, that'd be great. Keep her from coming to Laredo.
What's your wife's name?
She's driving a black Chevrolet Tahoe, 2017 LT. The first three characters of her license plate are KYT.
KY.
She's at San Antonio, so she's probably, I don't know, I'm going to have her teacher Wells right now, so she's sitting over here. If you guys could, like, stop her, that'd be awesome.
We could work on that, definitely.
What?
Does she live there with you?
Sure. Okay. She went to San Antonio with all my kids, and all my kids are in San Antonio.
Okay. Just her coming back, or her?
It's just her and my suegro. Okay. I don't know why the fuck she's bringing the suegros.
What's your wife's name?
Daniela.
I'll work on that as soon as I can. Let me start getting that information out.
Daniela.
Ortiz. And she's driving that black Chevy. You're thinking she's by Ortiz or
I know she's coming back. It's gonna be pretty bad if she's at the house. So if you guys could stop her, that'd be awesome.
I will do my best to do that.
As far as my house, you guys have my keys. Just walk in there. I'll give you consent to go into my house.
Do you have any weapons at the house other than the one you have in the car?
Yeah, I have a bunch. I have AR-15 Bushmaster loaded. I have a 12 gauge shotgun, which I actually don't know where it's at now. It's probably somewhere in my garage. I have a 20 gauge single shot Remington. I have a 22 lever action Ruger. And I have a very, very nice custom Kimber 45 cal.
Are they spread throughout the house, or do you have somewhere specific?
My AR-15 is in my kitchen counter. My two shotguns and the lever action are in my garage. And my real nice 45 Kimber is under my bed in my master bedroom. I think that's it. You guys could just walk into the house with a key instead of kicking it open.
Ortiz, you want us to help you out, but you're being real evasive with us a lot. I mean,
if you can't help them.
No, I'm just saying. No, I'm just saying. Are you law enforcement?
You already know. I can this. No.
I have never seen you.
You already know.
Yeah, but I have never seen you. That's what I'm saying.
And neither have I.
Right.
So anyway, yeah, you guys could stop her. That'd be awesome. I don't know if you have any deputies or troopers out there.
Okay, and let's just say that we make contact, what do you want us to tell her?
Keep my kids in San Antonio. There's no reason to come back to Korea.
Why is she coming back, and why are you referring to you don't know why she'd bring this photo? Is there something going on right now?
Yeah, she wanted to come over and talk to me. So she knew there was something going on with me. So I told her, dude, stay in San Antonio. Don't come. And she said, I'm gonna go.
Why would she think there's something going on? Did you tell her something
I
going
called
on?
her. Yeah, so that's it.
What did you tell her?
I said, don't come. I told her we were perfect when we were in San Antonio.
Were you having issues or what?
No, I actually had a great marriage.
Are you having issues with Laredo?
Yeah, I guess. So I was a squared away motherfucker in San Antonio, Catula Station. I used to get a bunch of bailouts. I got employee of the month. I got Operation Tainted Lady, took down the Gaitan organization. Most I ever got was 3 blood rods in one shift all by myself. They were not bolos, they were just squared away.
Are you canine handler?
Nah, I'm sorry you're a canine handler.
No.
Nah, I can't handle this. So life was good in San Antonio. Very good. My wife was a registered nurse in Christus Santa Rosa Downtown Hospital. I got my master's degree in international relations from St. Mary's University, my bachelor's degree in criminal justice forensics from American Military University, and associate's degree in general studies. And life was.
And you get transferred now because of the job?
Yeah.
You didn't put a transfer, or you put a transfer, they transferred you?
No.
I take it you didn't want to be here?
You guys already know. I guess, unless it's right, you guys already know. I came down here for a promotion, so you guys already know. I already work in the Border Intelligence Center within the Laredo Sector Operations Center. You guys already know all this shit. And my year before January this year, I was in the Targeted Enforcement Unit. I was a group supervisor for a bunch of agents. We did undercover surveillance, took down a bunch of fucking stash houses. That's why I know a bunch of these deputies. Took down a bunch of stash houses, prosecuted a bunch. Reached out to DPS, CID for a bunch of bus cases that we're having with abandoned dope. I spoke with some guy named Pina and some guy named Cepeda, I think.
Okay. They were DPS, though, huh?
CID, I think.
Yeah.
And then so I've been at the big, well, I was, and that's it. That's right.
Because you sound like you're pretty educated, and it looks like you were good law enforcement work out there. Why are we here?
You guys told me.
You were in the military también, ¿verdad?
8 years active duty, honestly.
Were you having any issues with
the
military?
I got a PTSD. They put me on paroxetine, which is Paxil, for anxiety and depression.
Okay.
You guys want to write it down for Paxil for anxiety and depression. They put me on Divoprox for irritability and anger.
Okay.
They put me on Trazodone for sleeping due to nightmares.
Okay.
They put me on gabapentin for migraine headaches. They put me on another one, I don't know the name of it, for that's the high blood pressure. And I was a squared away motherfucker until I started going to the VA and my life went to shit. So I have never been arrested in my life. I have never, nada. I'm sure you guys already looked at America. Going to the VA fucked up my life, got me here.
Did you go to the VA in San Antonio? Or just
Over
right
here, the one.
Whenever you hear Spanish word translation, you just blurt it out.
Okay.
Like there was nada. It was,
While it's happening?
you should say, yeah, you just blurt it out.
Okay.
Can you do that? Can you blurt it out when you hear it like nothing?
Nada, nothing.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do it contemporaneously.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Here in Laredo.
So this was the one that messed you up, not the one in San Antonio?
Yeah, I never went to the VA until here in Laredo.
Right.
And they confirmed what I've always thought. I confirmed that I got PTSD. They put me on all those fucking pills, on sleeping pills, migraine pills, all kinds of shit. They had me on this 12-week program where I had to go talk to a psychologist. I've seen a psychiatrist a bunch of times.
Do you remember the doctor's names?
Yeah. Dr. Shankar. He's here in Laredo. Shankar. He's like Indian or something.
Okay.
And La que vi every single week for like 12
The one I
weeks
saw.
is in, se llama Patricia Amparan.
Her name is?
She was, I would see her by TV because she's out of San Antonio and I live here in Laredo, so they would do like a
So like the
teleconference.
teleconference? Okay.
And I would talk to her like that. And I was fine until I started going to the fucking VA. So
Did you express your concern to the doctors when you weren't feeling right?
yeah, I once told Patricia Amparan that I was suicidal,
Okay.
and she flat out said, "You need to be very careful with what you're saying because you're law enforcement, and if you say this, I'm gonna have to report this, and it's gonna get you in a lot of trouble." So she pretty much hinted, "Don't say this again."
Okay. Did you ever tell your soup that you were having issues riding the Border Patrol?
They would rubber band my ass. They would not.
Quickly.
And, considering I'm a supervisor.
Okay.
Did you start noticing when you started feeling this way? Or was it gradual? Did it happen?
It was
over time?
gradual.
By the time you felt that it was already past.
See,
It doesn't happen.
Yes.
yeah. The first month and a half that I was taking the pills, I'd had some nasty ass headaches, and they told me it was the body getting used to it. And then they fucking increased my doses, and for a while I was just like fucking out of it. And then I just went shit after that.
You keep saying you went to shit. Physically, emotionally,
No,
mentally, and you felt it happening. Well, what are we talking here? What did you do?
I concealed it very, very well. I had a great marriage.
Well, you haven't gotten divorced yet, right? Well, you haven't, right? You haven't? Okay.
That's no reason for her to stay married. As far as work, I was very, very, very good at work. I was one of the best. I was about to get offered SBPA until as fucked up as it sounds. I was going to get the offer like next week or so.
My part, when you were having issues, did you start consuming alcohol, or was it just the pills?
No, well, the main reason that I even began going to the VA, I started going to the VA in February of this year, February 2018.
Okay.
And the reason I started going to the fucking VA is because my alcohol was out of fucking hand and bad. I was fucking just drinking, gacho.
Bad.
And so I finally went to the VA, and I told them everything, and that's when they said, yeah, you got PTSD, dude. And they put me in, like, I'm not joking, I had like 40 fucking doctor's appointments from February till now. I've seen psychiatrists, psychologists, podiatrists, neurologists, sleep doctors, every fucking thing you can imagine. That's it.
And were you currently already taking your regular pills, or you kind of
Yeah, I've been
tapered
taking,
off them because they were making you feel bad?
I've been taking them.
So were they working, or did you notice that they weren't working for you anymore?
They were working in the fact that I was calm, relaxed. I wasn't todo paniqueado,
All panicky.
but they weren't working in the fact that I was like just like, I don't know how to explain it.
Right. What, and,
Listen.
and when you were having these issues, as far as anger issues, did it ever come to blows with your wife? Did you ever proceed to your wife, your kids, or anything like that?
Any issues at work with coworkers or anything?
I had an impeccable record. So, that's it. I just had my background done again.
Y'all have to do it how many years? Like every 5 years, right? Did you have your phone with you?
Yeah.
Okay. So your wife's number's on your phone? Did they take your phone? Okay.
I don't know.
You just have that phone? You don't have another phone? You don't have a supervisor phone?
I had it, pero ya no.
Not
Ever since I
anymore.
went to the Bics, I don't have it anymore.
Okay.
What was your wife doing in San Antonio?
She went over there to go visit her sister because we were gonna go see the fight with a coworker in San Antonio, and she ended up leaving without me because there's a fucking leak in my house, and the plumber supposedly is gonna show up tomorrow. So I told her just go and I'll catch up with you guys tomorrow.
So the fight was tomorrow night?
Yeah,
Canelo?
The one of.
Okay. So, but why is your wife coming back?
because I called her.
Oh, you called her?
You told her not to come back.
Yeah.
So she's worried about it.
Yeah.
When, did you call her before or after they said it at the Circle K?
After.
After? Okay, so you called her when you were up there?
Yeah.
And you just told her not to come back?
Yeah.
How did you take it? Like, why? What
She
happened?
wants to know what happened. So
Did you tell her?
I told her keep the kids over there.
But obviously,
But-
don't think it was at casa, right? She was still going to come down.
She was
Oh,
not
do
going to
you
obey
think
you.
she still came down? No silence, right?
Well, she,
For sure?
She was saying that
You don't know.
She was like, I'm going right now.
Okay.
I'm going to the house.
And your wife, you know, this issue that you were having with the VA and all the medications you were taking and stuff like that?
Were you keeping any of that from your wife? Were you expressing what you feel to her? How you feel? Somewhat.
I'm like, I was good, man.
Right.
So,
You're saying that you felt like you were
mhm.
losing control or something?
See.
You were going,
Yes.
What is it that you're feeling? Help us understand what it is that you're feeling so we can try to determine what you're trying to tell us.
I mean, just
Well, nothing.
from the day I was born till February of this year, I was a squared away bastard. And from February to now, I've had like 40 fucking appointments. And now look at me. That's pretty much what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and because I was never in the military, so I don't know. I mean, you've been overseas, and you know, I've never experienced that, so I wouldn't know. I guess what we're trying to say is you can try to explain it to us.
There's things that we can't relate.
Right.
We can't relate about you, and we understand what you're saying because we hear from other people, coworkers. We see it on TV, but we don't understand what you're trying to tell us when you're talking about it. And exactly, you can try and shed some light on what you mean by that. What is it that you feel? What are you feeling right now?
Right now?
What are you feeling when you're trying to express it? Something's not right. You're not feeling right. What is it that you're feeling? Are you feeling some loss of control? Are you angry? What is it that you're?
I don't be angry,
Relief?
loss of control.
Do you feel somehow relieved? Yeah, I mean, that's that. No. The gun that's in your truck, is that yours or that's Border Patrol?
There's two of them.
I don't know.
That's from BP.
And the ones in my house.
What kind of pistol is it?
HK,
Okay. Caliber, sir?
40 cal.
What kind of ammunition you don't carry?
You said it was 40?
Two. I mean,
Yeah.
whatever they give us.
See?
I never like.
Really? Do you know what color box it comes in?
I think it's a white one.
Okay.
You just whatever duty ammo they hand out.
See. They don't give
Yes,
us ammo anymore.
Oh, it's only when you call and you fill it up or what? Yeah, that happens too.
Wait, but I thought you all had to like,
Listen, but-
I've seen some VP agents sometimes go into like an office or like a storage, and they get the weapons and then they will qualify and then they bring them back.
Sí.
Yes.
Or is that different for supervisor or what?
No, it's the same. But what are you talking about? The 40 cal? That's my pistol.
Okay, it's just the long arms, entonces.
Oh,
then you
the
have
long
to-
arms, sí.
Right,
No,
okay,
sí,
I think it's the M4 or,
Sí.
and the shotgun, ¿verdad? Estas you can't take them home?
No.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, but your sidearm you do take off. Oh, okay. So what's in your truck? You said what's in your truck? Is that what's in it?
Yeah.
Okay.
When was the last time you shot this?
I don't remember, man.
Give or take?
Probably the last time I called, which was once a quarter. So I was supposed to call this coming Tuesday. So subtract 3 months from that.
And that's the only truck you have?
Yeah, and my wife called. Someone gonna stop my wife from
Yeah. Let me get on that. Can I do you that favor? What do you want us to tell her?
don't come.
Well, it's not
Yeah.
quite that easy.
No, technically, we can't keep her from coming. I mean,
Yeah.
it's within her right to come down.
What do you want me to relay to her?
Man, don't tell her anything.
Go back to San Antonio or?
What do you want us to tell? I mean, si te viene para atrás, obviously.
If she comes back,
Don't go to the
that
house.
should go to.
And if you guys go to the house, I mean, it's my wife and 3 kids. Please use the key. You have my key. I'll give you consent to fucking go into the house. Yeah.
That's it. Let me notify some of the patrol supervisors so they can notify the highway patrol and get on the highway, and we can try and make that happen, right? Okay?
So you're Ortiz, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what do you go by?
Everybody knows me as JB.
JD, okay. Well, JD, everything in the truck, is it yours or is it Border Patrol's? All the, if you have any bags, anything like that, any pouches, anything, that's Border Patrol, right?
No, that's mine. Plus, yeah, but they gave it to me, so.
Okay. Is there anything else that doesn't belong to you that's in the truck?
That I can think of, no?
Because we saw like some, I guess, some beer cans.
Yeah, that's nice.
And we saw some like, I guess a pink purse. I don't think that's yours and that's on the GPA. Do you know who it is? No. Do you know how it got to your truck? So those are the pouches for the most part of your truck?
Yes.
And you, obviously the beer you got the beer, right?
Yes, correct.
And the gun, you said there's a gun.
Yes.
And you have been taking medication,
Right?
You,
Yes.
how many, like on a daily basis, how many pills do you take? Is it like 20, 15?
I take, in the morning, I take Paxil. In the morning, I take 5.
Okay.
In the evening, I take 3. So I take 8 per day.
Okay. You were pretty upset, kind of emotionally when you decided to truck up there. Can you tell me why you were up there? I mean, you have a house and everything.
You guys already know.
You don't know?
Made contact with them. They're going to be on the lookout. Nobody's called us. Nobody's called PD or anyone like that.
So maybe she didn't come out. Well, probably there's a bunch of missed calls on your phone right now. And I bet you right now she's pretty worried about what's going on.
Right. All we told her, or all we're going to tell her, but the instructions are to tell her that if they do stop her, to please go back to San Antonio and you'll explain what the deal is later.
Of course, if she wants to disregard us, we can't do anything about it, right? But
He says that, has there ever come a time where you black out that you don't know what you did? Is it like often or?
I think so, bro.
Okay. And you're not supposed to do that. Did you black out today? So you knew you were driving around something else?
He was driving, I don't know where the fuck I was at.
Okay. So ahorita you don't know where you're at?
Yeah, I'm here at we're telling me jail on Highway 59, I think.
Digo, pero when you ran, you don't know why you ran?
I went into the restroom
Uh-huh.
at the gas station.
Okay.
I came out and I saw a trooper, like and another trooper, and one of them had his rifle. Put your hands up! What the fuck?
Okay.
He's all like, don't fucking move, put your hands up! Put my hands up, and I go, sir, you're freaking the fucking crap out of me right now. I don't know what the fuck's going on.
Okay.
Sir, right now, are you the owner of that truck? Yeah, it's my fucking truck. Don't fucking move! I'm like, what the fuck? Don't move! He's all like, turn around! I turn around. Fuck this. I fucking took off running.
Because you were scared or because
Right, you know, I was like, what the fuck? Dude? I go to the restroom, and there's a guy with an AR-15 with a flashlight pointing at me, and I think the other guy had a rifle or a sidearm. And I was like, what the fuck is going on? So I take off at a full sprint, and one thing I learned from the house is I don't stop running.
Right.
So I kept fucking running. I fucking big fuck. These motherfuckers are gonna catch me. And then I just hear,
Oh, you actually hurt that?
yeah, he fucking missed the taser.
Okay.
And I kept fucking running again, kept running, and he missed the second taser. Alright, he's empty, you gotta reload. So I'm fucking running. I come up some corner, and there's a sharp one. I make a left. And I was like, fuck, I'm gonna run up this fucking place.
Stayed there. Damn it.
And then when they arrested me, they asked me if we had bought the fence that I jumped. I didn't jump the fence. I had no idea what this fucking was.
you run out the parking garage.
Yeah.
Do you hunt?
Yes.
See? Deer or elk or what do you?
Mostly hog. Never shot.
Pero with a rifle or with a
Yeah.
gun or you go, como esos que van, they go up to the house y los pican?
AR-15.
Oh, AR-15. Like en la noche, okay.
No, en el día.
You have a ranch?
I had a lease, pero ya no lo tengo.
¿Dónde lo tengo?
On Highway 59, pasando Wallhausen Road on the right.
Just
Oh,
past.
okay.
Sí.
How many acres was it?
No más era como 45
Yes.
acres.
So when was the last
It
time you
was
hunted?
just like
Probably last summer season.
Okay. Is it pretty relaxing to hunt allá, in the city?
not like over there when you are.
What type of clothes would you wear? Would you like get all camoed out or nomás jeans?
No, más bien.
Nothing?
Purple or only jeans?
Shirts de las que venden en Academy, Columbia.
The one they sell at Academy.
You keep saying that we know why you're here. You don't feel maybe there's some apologies that might be handed down because of what happened or what occurred?
I was a supervisor for the first and a half. I interviewed a bunch of people, so I'm playing those operations.
Sometimes saying the truth make you feel a lot better. You don't have everything pinned up inside you. Like I said, sometimes it's like
That's it.
ya se acabó. It's over.
It's already over.
Where were you earlier today before the
I was in my house con la wife before she left, dealing con el pinche
I came with
plomero.
a fucking plumber.
Called the city of Laredo Utilities Department, and they pissed me off because we had already called them 2 weeks ago, telling them that there was a leak. And 2 weeks ago, we dijeron que no,
They said
que
that
había
no.
a leak, que there's some aquifer under my house
That there wasn't a
that's
leak.
leaking water, y que it's
And it
natural
was.
water, groundwater, que there's nothing they can do about it. Okay, so 2 weeks, y ahora está saliendo un chingo de agua. So I called the fucking utilities department. Otra vez, sir, usted sabe, la tiene verdad, quién sabe qué. Le dije, por favor, he hadn't even opened the manhole. I said, can you please check it? He checked it, luego agarró la pump, sacó el agua, y so then, oh, sir, si tiene una
He got the
fuga.
pump and got the water out.
Like I fucking told you people,
No,
2
sir,
weeks
it
ago.
doesn't have a leak.
So the house was leaking for over a month, and then, que el plomero según da mañana.
Supposedly the plumber will go tomorrow to fix it. That's why I told my wife, go to San Antonio, I'll stay here.
What time did your wife get sent home?
And the damn plumber finishes.
And she called you and que había llegado
That she had arrived over there already.
No sabes más o menos qué está.
Yes.
I don't know.
And then so you just stayed at the house, you didn't go out?
I stayed there drinking.
That's pretty much it.
So if your truck was in a video somewhere else, it wasn't your truck? Or do you remember?
I don't remember. I was drinking beer.
Did you take an extra pill today?
Extra?
More than you should have?
No. I take 8 pills per day, but that's my prescribed dosage, prescribed medication.
What were you drinking? Like 2 liters? How much did you have right there?
Maybe 6 toddies.
No, I mean, nothing overboard.
Well, how much is it?
Technically, you probably go over those 6 dollars.
A while ago, maybe. A while ago.
So you had them at the house? So like I said, if there's video of you in your truck, out of your house, you have no recollection.
I was at home drinking.
I go to the gas station, take a piss, I come out, there's 2 guys running AR-15.
So you don't remember going to your house all the way across town to go take a piss at a Valero, knowing that there's probably like past like 100 stores between your house
Oh,
and
yeah.
that, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Has that ever happened to you? Don't te acuerdas
That you don't
Back
remember
up?
what
Right.
you did?
Has your wife ever? Okay, I'm using this like an exaggeration. Has your wife ever said, "Wait, ¿sabes qué? Anoche que salimos
You know
con los
what?
camaradas
Last
de
night
Spelling,
we
que
went out
she
with our
was very
friends.
No,
Oh, okay.
my wife, no, she doesn't go out at all.
Okay.
Well, he doesn't need her, but you.
Right.
Oh,
Right.
no.
Nothing.
That's, I know my drinking is a problem, which is,
But you said you got
Then you
worse
say-
when you went to the VA.
yeah, I got worse. Was
Well, because-
back then I was just drinking chingos.
A lot.
Like fucking 18 packs per day. Y no me levantaba con cruda.
And I didn't
nada,
wake up with a
puta,
hangover or
go
anything.
to the fucking gym, whatever. But then I started taking these fucking pills, and it says you gotta cut back on the alcohol. So I stopped buying 18 packs to cut back.
And now I'm an idiot.
I guess that's
And
what
well-
happened. I mixed the tollies with the pills, even though they're not narcotics, they're not painkillers, so it's not like morphine or anything. It's something completely different.
Right.
Where do you buy your tollies today? Where do you get them?
At
Where did I fucking buy them?
en el where the fuck did I buy them? see. En el, y en el tanque, el diesel, en el, cruzar la calle de Walmart, Murphy Express.
It is?
Yes.
What, how many?
Three.
Bud Light, right?
¿La razón o somebody else?
Were you alone or I was by myself?
And you went cruising. And then you went cruising.
Yes. I think I went back to my house, to be honest with you.
Did you call anybody?
I'm not. No.
Are we gonna see any calls that you made that you said,
Just,
No, there isn't anything.
some coworkers,
do you remember who the coworker was that you spoke to?
yeah, they were calling me like crazy. A girl, Gabby Nunez, called me.
Okay.
And she was, I know she was with someone. Ortiz, where are you? Where are you? Where are you?
When was this?
This was earlier.
But she's BP?
Yeah, she
Okay.
She, I know she was writing it down, or she was being recorded, or probably pinging my phone or something.
Why would they be picking you for?
I don't know. She kept saying, "Where are you? Where are you?" And then I told her, "Write this down."
Okay.
And then she go, like you could tell Kevin had.
There was something there.
Okay, whatever.
So nomás out of the blue, te digo, hey, where are you? Right? ¿Y qué le dijiste when she wrote it down?
I gave her my wife's description of the vehicle. I said, "Can someone please fucking call her and tell her not to come to the radio?"
Okay.
Did you call someone from work before that happened? Did you call someone and prompt her that maybe prompted someone at work to call you always?
No.
She just called you out of the blue?
So Gabby called you and then you told her, tell my wife please not to come to the radio.
Yeah.
Okay, why would you do that to Gabby?
Because I was laying in the bed of a pickup truck, waiting for you guys to go there.
Okay.
So
When was this?
this was tonight.
Before we got here?
Yeah, like 2 minutes before you guys got.
So one of your agents tried calling you?
Sí.
Yes, sir.
To try and locate you?
¿Te dijeron why we're not
They told you.
Yes, I know.
Oh, damn, I didn't know.
Se me hizo mucha coincidencia that everyone from work was calling me.
Seemed to me as a coincidence.
A bunch of missed calls.
How many calls do you think you got in this call?
A bunch.
Okay.
They were calling out loud.
And why didn't you answer?
I'm laying down in the back of a truck waiting to get my face smashed in. So.
But that didn't happen. Right? You didn't get shot. It could have been a lot worse.
Where you're talking right now?
What took so long?
Well, you know why?
There's cameras in the parking lot.
I know. Really?
The troopers knew I wasn't armed. That's why they didn't shoot me when I was running.
You were all over the place.
I wasn't. I ran from the gas station to the fucking parking lot. I ran up the stairs and I got in the bed of a pickup truck. That's all I did.
Pues it could have been easier. You said, hey, aquí estoy.
Hey, I'm here.
Pues sí, I mean, that.
Well,
For the
yes.
record, I outran two troopers. By the way, and I'm fat as fuck, so I don't know. In my mouth, and I outran two troopers, bro. So.
Pues sí, pero pues eran red.
Yes,
They were
well,
like
but
weighted down. It's
besides-
like you running your uniform and the Sam Brown and everything.
And they shot at me twice, and they missed.
Pero not with a rifle,
No,
right?
con la taser.
Okay, con la taser.
With,
So,
Are you sure they didn't hit you?
I'm positive.
Okay. Pero también.
but also,
Well, come on, dude.
You shot those things, haven't you? Yeah, they're not that accurate.
Right. Well, y acuérdate que you're running on adrenaline, so, you know, ese adrenaline, it kicks in and you're off like a bala.
bullet.
How many times have you run after a group and you wonder what they're on because they're flying? When you run, you run.
That's what I learned from them is never stop running and you won't get caught. I stopped running, so I got caught. I did not follow their...
Well, yeah, but eventually, I mean, there's gotta come a dead end. I mean, you're running, pero, como
But
dices tú, ya
like they
sabíamos.
say, we already knew.
Right. Right.
You already knew.
What kind of boots you wear?
At work or at home?
No, the ones you wear today.
Oh, let me
Oh,
put
today I
las
wore
ones. That's,
the
I don't even know what brand. Oh, yeah, double H ranch boots.
Did you go to ranch today or no?
or not.
Ranch?
You weren't at a ranch? No, you weren't at a ranch? So for the most part, you were just in Laredo?
Pretty much, yeah.
When you transferred to Laredo from San Antonio, right? Because of a promotion?
Yes,
Okay.
3 years ago.
And you went straight to the big?
No,
So what station were you working at?
Laredo North.
North, okay. So that was your duty station, Laredo North?
Yes.
Okay, now Laredo North, corre, what, is it the checkpoint?
Current checkpoints.
And
Pretty
then-
much a checkpoint.
Okay, and then how much from the checkpoint, because I know se mete west,
West intersects
what's the cutoff, the west e north?
of
The cutoff, the west
The-
and north, I think, I'm not sure where Mines Road meets the end of the pavement.
Okay,
Hasta la madre.
so that's
way
west?
out, way out over there.
That's Laredo West.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, y
And
when does north go all the way by
over
west?
there.
Right now they're doing,
Towards-
they're covering zone 4 and zone 3, so they go hasta el pinche
Fucking-
Chapultepec Cerro.
Okay, that's pretty far.
Yeah.
And cuando you
When-
transferred to Laredo acá north, you were just a field agent or
Over here.
K9 or what were you?
No,
You're like K9,
supervisor,
sorry.
yeah, supervisor.
Okay,
That was mostly at the checkpoint and mobile. And
what's a bubble?
desk admin shit. That's pretty much all I did when I was there. Hasta que me pusieron
Until they
en
put
el
me in.
targeted enforcement unit.
Okay. Who was your supervisor cuando estabas en
When you were at
Pues I guess you can say Juan C. Rivera.
I don't think I know. You know,
And then-
eventually you got sent to the big,
I put in for details a bit.
because nobody wants to put into the big.
No, you
¿Verdad?
pensé que era algo
I thought it
más,
was something else.
something better. And,
Right.
No, it's horrible.
Yeah. I think most of the guys put in for it because I guess it's the steady hours, ¿verdad?
Sí.
Right.
Mostly hours.
Yes.
Who was the supervisor at the big?
I've had a bunch. I have to choose one. Rick Benavides is the current one right now.
Okay. And you said you were on, I guess, on the list, getting ready to promote again or no?
Or not.
See? So what were you gonna promote to?
It wasn't going to be a promotion. It was going to
Okay.
be a lateral reassignment to SDPA until I'm pretty sure I was going to get it.
And what's that?
but
On it,
What's that?
Supervisor Border Patrol Agent Dash Intelligence.
Which would be where?
Ahí, en
Oh, right there?
Sí.
So you would be,
So it's not like Laredo North or.
right,
No.
so it would be their sector.
Yeah.
Whose position were you taking over?
A guy that just transferred to DC.
Can't remember.
who was he?
Patterson.
But you weren't gonna be in front sector, right? You were gonna be inside the
Yeah, the second floor.
second floor. Okay. And you didn't go hunting today?
I haven't gone hunting. It's too damn hot to go hunting.
Rangers.
Yeah.
Do you know how you got blood on your boots?
Blood on my boots. I have no idea how I got blood on my boots.
No, there's some blood on your boots.
Which one, the right or the left?
Right. Is that where you were running?
Monday?
Is that why you were running?
No, I had no idea until you guys told me that there was blood on the boots.
But digo, that wasn't the reason you were running, right?
No.
Have you ever run before?
Run? Yeah, in track.
No, pero like this.
But
Oh, no, fuck no. No.
Are you sure there's nothing else you want to get off your chest?
I'd like to talk about what happened earlier. I really would.
Okay.
I really would. And,
Well, if you're right, come on, just do it.
you were
You
squared away.
previously said-
You are squared away. You look squared away to me. You might be going through some stuff right now. I can't relate to, like I said.
And I can,
But we're talking, you're talking fine. I mean, you're not unraveled, you're not lucid handed, you're not, But I understand that you say you're going through construction, I understand that. But I do want to talk to you about what happened earlier today. And I want to talk to you about some other stuff too. And I'd like to know if you know why you're here. I'm telling you again. You're telling us we should know why you're here, but you don't have any idea why you're here. No idea. Did you pick anyone up earlier?
That I recall? No.
Okay. Well, you did. You picked someone up earlier.
picked up somebody earlier.
Okay. We didn't, we're not your backs. And we want to get your side of the story. You're a family man. You're very obviously not a bad person. We understand that you go through some stuff that sometimes other people aren't going to understand. And I'm asking you to explain some of the stuff that happened and why you feel like you need to keep referring to us like we should know this and we should know that. I'm not going to play around. I'm not going to pretend I know something I don't. I don't know what you're referring to when you say that. But I do know you picked someone up earlier. That I do know.
Where?
Huh?
Where?
I don't know where you picked her up, but I know you picked someone up earlier.
Into your house.
I know you took her to your house. She was able to describe your house, your address, the inside of your house, your backyard, describe you by name. Yeah, not only that, but like we said, I mean, it'd be kind of hard to say, that's not my truck.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, on the video. And that's not me at this gas station. That's not me here. And that's why we want to talk to you.
What gas station?
What happened earlier? What happened?
Which gas station? Which?
Pick one. You pick one.
Murphy's.
Not the Murphys. Pick another one. Pick one of the other ones you went to today.
I don't know.
Well, I can tell you one you went to.
Okay.
The one by Laredo North Station, the one there by McPherson and Luke 20.
Okay.
Can you explain to us what happened in there?
I don't recall anything being there. I don't remember anything from there.
You were there.
Okay.
And you were there with somebody you knew. Somebody you picked up before, somebody you talked to before, somebody who knew you by name. Yeah. Say something got out of hand. A little bit of a disagreement in there in the car.
Okay.
And that's why we're here.
Alright.
So,
Among other things.
so can we get to that? What happened with that person in the car?
I don't recall anything.
I'm pretty sure you do. And I'm betting that's why when the troopers, that's why we were looking for you. We're looking for you because of what happened today at the gas station. And I'm pretty sure that when you saw the troopers, you knew that.
They were pointing a rifle at me.
I've been stopped by cops too, and I'm one myself. And they've mistaken my car for something else. I've been stopped by DP before, and they've mistaken my car for other stuff, and I never ran.
So you guys went to my house already?
Huh?
You guys went to my house already?
No. But
But you worked in some before, all we gotta do is get your phone. It's kind of hard for you to say that you weren't there when you're at the location that you should be calling. Right?
what happened with that girl? What's up with that? What?
Did she piss you off? Did she rob you?
I don't know anything you guys are talking about.
Thank you. I think that's why you ran. That's not why you ran. You just ran because the trooper pointed a gun at you and told you to stop. You don't think that sounds kind of funny?
I think it's funny that I go piss at a gas station and I come out and I got two troopers pointing weapons at me.
Have you ever done that while you're working? Show up on someone who you've been looking at and you draw on them and tell them to stop?
Así como ellos dicen. No.
But have you ever stopped anyone when they're coming out of somewhere they're not expecting you?
I've only done that when I'm gonna arrest them. I know for sure I'm gonna arrest them. When I would go into a stash house, miramos todo el bar.
We would see all
Slow
the...
down, because you don't know what's gonna come up. But as far as like randomly going up to a gas station and pointing a gun, I'm like, no.
Well, we told you it was random. It wasn't random. You were.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So you've done it, and you every time you've done that, you've hoped these people don't run because you know you're gonna have to go after them, right? So you ran.
So naturally, they're gonna chase you. You wouldn't expect anything other than that, right? And here we are.
Okay.
So I'm telling you, and I think we both know, there's no doubt in my mind about the pickup. We know that happened. We know where he went. We know he went to a gas station by Arkansas, picked up some tall boys that were there. We know he went to a gas station by Arkansas, picked up some tall boys. We know that. That's not, we're not even debating that. We're not even gonna discuss that because that's behind us. That already happened and we know it. We know he went back to your house.
Arkansas.
Gas station.
Okay.
And we know he went back to your house.
Okay.
And you took the young lady into your house. She knew you. You knew her. It wasn't the first time you met her. It wasn't the first time you talked to her. Just at this time, things went a little bit different. What happened?
I have no idea what you're talking about. I didn't even know I was in Arkansas. So, yeah, that's news to me right there.
Okay.
In Arkansas,
what should I know then? When you tell me you should know, what is it that I should know that you think I should know?
Arkansas, not even about my house, and
I know
no
that.
reason to
That's why-
be buying beer in Arkansas.
That's why we're asking.
Right. So,
And so by that token, so San Bernardo. I mean, you got a bathroom at your house, right?
yeah.
Well, so what were you doing in San Bernardo? Well, that's something else. We'll get there.
But you keep saying that you all know.
So
What do we do?
I'm telling you what I know, but you're telling me I should know something. So what is it? What are you trying to say?
I don't know. I'm trying to. You saying I was in Arkansas, that's news to me. I had no idea I was in Arkansas. You say that I was at a gas station by New Laredo North. That's actually pretty damn close to my house. I would actually go there every single time I go to work.
You went today?
Las cashiers ya me conocían.
They knew me. Already
So
knew me.
that's not out of the ordinary.
You were there earlier this evening,
Wow. That's-
and we had a little bit of an incident there.
Okay.
And we're
What
talking
time?
about
What
that.
time was this?
What time was it?
Yeah.
Not too far before you showed up at that gas station.
Because the last I remember, I filled up my diesel tank at Murphy's across the street from Walmart.
And we can check.
No, that's the end of disc one.
I'm gonna go ahead and excuse the jury for lunch. It's almost 1 o'clock, so we'll be on lunch break until 2:15. I'll ask you to be back at 2:15, please. And I'll remind you not to discuss the facts of the case or watch any news accounts regarding this case. Thank you.
All right, to the jury.
Unless you'll be back here by 2:15 as well. Maybe they walk out, yes. I'll ask the attorneys to be back by 2:15 as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. On the record or off?
On the record.
All right. We'll go on the record. screen. Testing. Working. Testing. I'll try it again when I sit down.
Oh, wow. Let's see.
You may be seated. Testing. Better.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, we would request the opportunity to present Mr. David Nenke. He is one of the state's witnesses and CSI officer. He has a medical condition, but we're asking that he be allowed to go out of order.
Yes, sir. You may.
State calls David Nenke.
Is there, we have access over here or not? I thought if you had it yesterday. I think you have to do it from there or here, I don't know. Which Mr. Medina? No, it wouldn't need to go there anymore.
All right.
You may be seated for now, sir. I'll throw you in sitting down. Good afternoon, sir. Can you raise your right hand, sir? Yes, sir. You solemnly swear the testimony you're going to give during this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Test, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Let's go up to the mic. Soft voice, yeah. You're good.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Victor David Nenke Jr.
Okay, and Mr. Nenke, what do you currently do?
I'm assigned to the CID division, Criminal Investigation Division. I'm an investigator, and I also in charge of the property room.
Okay, and Mr. Nenke, I'm going to ask you to speak up a little closer to that mic or pull the mic forward.
Can you hear me there?
Yeah, great. Okay, and for what department do you work for?
The Webb County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, how long have you been working for the Webb County Sheriff's Department?
Total about 21 years.
Okay, how long have you been in the position that you're currently in that you just told me about?
CID since like 2015.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you do in your capacity at CID?
I work investigations right now, burglaries and thefts, and I also in charge of the property room. So all the evidence that comes in, I process it, log it into the system, and send it off to the lab if it needs to go.
Okay, Mr. Nenke, you said you're in charge of the evidence. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that entails?
Every morning I get to the office, I go in, I see how many lockers are taken. I have a master key. All the keys are dropped in a special locker where nobody else has access but myself. I take out the keys, start taking out the evidence, and take it to my office, process it, put tags on it. If it needs to go to the lab, I prepare a DPS lab submittal, and later on during the day, either myself or Sergeant Castillo will drop it off at DPS.
And, you just mentioned Deputy Castillo.
Yes, sir.
Okay. He is your what?
He's my sergeant there in property.
Okay, and does he assist you there at the property room?
Yes, sir. Sometimes he does.
Would he also be a custodian of the evidence?
Yes, sir.
Now, were you in? You know why you're here today? Do you know why you're here today?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the case of against Juan David Ortiz?
Yes, sir.
Were you involved in this case back in September of 2018?
Yes, sir.
Okay, back in September of 2018, aside from being the custodian of evidence, what other duties did you have?
I would work on I assisted in the crime scene, recovering of evidence at the crime scenes.
Okay, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it is exactly that you would do based on your training and experience in evidence collection at these crime scenes?
Depending on what it is, we collect it, and like if it's like a casing or a bullet, we'll pick it up, take pictures. We'll put a cone, take pictures, pick it up, put it in an evidence bag, put the case number, the time, the date, what it is, where we recovered it, and seal it.
Okay, is there anything else that goes onto these packages that are sealed?
Just whatever's on the label, we fill it in.
Okay, this label that you just mentioned, where do you get that label from?
It's already on the evidence bags.
Okay, is there a printout label that you guys do?
That's when I log it in to the system when I get to the office. Once it's logged in, I print out a label and I stick it on there.
Okay, and do these labels have that same information you just said?
Yes, it'll have whatever we saved onto the case number, it prints it out and we tag it there.
Okay, do these labels in addition have a barcode of some sort?
Yes.
Or is this, because I heard the other day this generic barcode, is a barcode generic?
No, we have a gun that you can actually scan it with.
So each one of these barcodes is unique?
Yes.
Okay, and that scan, what does that scan reveal to you?
It should scan the information there.
And where would that information end up being?
In the computer.
Okay. Was that done in this case?
It was logged in and put on the bag. The evidence tag is stuck onto the bags and then they're put away in the back in the evidence room.
Okay. Now we had Deputy Castillo here the other day and we went through some of the evidence and he explained how it got up here. And you weren't the one that transported this evidence here today,
No,
right?
sir.
Okay. September 2018, do you remember your involvement specifically in this case?
Which one? There was 4 or 5.
So let's start from the first one. What was the first time you were involved in this case?
I was called out to the first one, for case number 2018-1405. I went to assist Investigator Ugarte.
Okay, and who is Investigator Ugarte?
He was my partner back in 2018 in property and evidence.
Okay, and let's be a little specific because you said you had 2 duties. You were custodian of the evidence and also
An investigator.
Right, like CSI, I
CSI.
guess. Right? Was Ugarte your partner in CSI or was he a custodian of the evidence?
Both.
Okay,
Yeah.
so at that time he also had dual
Yeah,
roles.
he also had.
At that time, how many CSI and custodian of evidence were there?
Just me and Ugarte.
Okay, was anyone helping you out during that period? Was there a trainee?
Brandon Stern helped us out during that time.
Okay, at how many scenes, if you're aware, did Brandon Stern help you out in?
He went with one. He went with me, and I believe he helped Investigator Ugarte and some of them.
Okay, when Brandon Stern was there helping you, what, if anything, did you do with him?
He was just there with me. I was the one that recovered the casings, put the cones, took the pictures, and he was there assisting me.
All right. So let's talk about that first one that we were going into. What did you see when you first arrived?
At that case, the one
you just
1464.
Yes.
The crime scene was already secured by Ranger. I believe his name was Randy Garcia from Cotula, and he had already photographed. So he told me where the casings were at. So we put the cones, took pictures, and recovered the 3 casings. I believe it was 3 casings and 2 fragments.
And what was the location of this one, if you remember?
It was, I believe, the 24-mile marker on the bottom towards the west side.
When you say at the bottom of
Bottom of the overpass, like you got off the highway, you went under the underpass, it was off to the side.
Okay, and where was the body located?
It was right there, I think, on the roadway.
On the roadway under the overpass?
Outside the overpass.
Okay. What mile marker?
I believe it was a 24-mile marker.
Okay, what highway?
IH-35.
Okay, and what county?
Webb County.
Okay, and is that within the where this body was located? Was that within Laredo or outside?
Outside Laredo.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor? I'm going to show you a series of photographs here. And you let me know if you recognize these photos. Okay. I'm going to mark this first one as State's Exhibit 118. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
Okay, and how do you recognize that photograph?
That's the crime scene that I went to at the 24-mile marker.
Did you take that photo?
I don't recall. I might have.
But you were there at that scene?
Yes.
And is that a true and accurate depiction of what you saw when you arrived there?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and hand me that one back.
Speaking the mic. No, not.
Excuse
me? Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm going to show you what I'm marking now as State's Exhibit 119. Same question, do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, that's one of the casings.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw on that day?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and hand me that back as well. going to show you what I'm marking as State's Exhibit 120. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you viewed on that day as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead and hand me that one back. I'm going to show you what I'm marking as State's Exhibit 121, 122, 123. With 121, do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw on that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What about 122? Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what was shown or what you saw that night?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 123. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you viewed on that night as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead and hand me those back. Let me show you State's Exhibit 124. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw on that night?
Yes, sir.
Here's State's Exhibit 125. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw on that night?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to mark 126 and 127, State's Exhibit. I'm showing you 126 and 127. Do you recognize those two photographs?
Yes, sir.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw on that night?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and hand me those back. I'm going to go ahead and mark these as 128, 129, and 130. State's Exhibits 128, 129, and 130. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 128?
Yes, sir.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw on that night?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 129?
Yes, sir.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw on that night as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 130. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw on that night?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead and hand me those back. I'm going to hand to Defense Counsel State's Exhibit 118 to 130 for an addressing.
No objections to 118 through 130.
And State wishes to admit State's Exhibits 118 to 130 at this time.
Yes. State's Exhibits 118 through 130 will be admitted into evidence at this time for the jury's consideration.
And may I publish to the jury?
You may.
And quick disclaimer to the audience and media present that some of these may be graphic, so just a forewarning. Real quick.
Mr. Perez. Yes, sir. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. All right. So let's go ahead and go through these. Now I'm showing you, it's been marked as State's Exhibit 118. You just testified that you had recognized this photo.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You testified earlier that you went out to the scene and you encountered Trooper Randy Garcia already securing the scene and the body under the overpass. Is this
Yes.
the way you, when you first got
Yes.
there, the body appeared?
Yes, sir. It's Ranger Randy Garcia.
Okay. Now, we see here in the photos these little orange circles. What is that? What exactly is that for the members of the jury?
I believe that's when the Ranger arrived. He marked it with a spray paint.
Did he move any of that stuff?
No, sir.
Okay. Why did he mark it?
Just so we know where it's at and nobody will step on it. The scene was already secured with crime scene tape, I believe.
Okay, but you were the only ones that picked up those physical
Yes.
pieces of evidence. Okay. I'm going to show you what's has been marked as State's Exhibit 119, and it's a close-up of one of these. Is that what you saw on that night?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what that is?
It's a casing, 40 cal.
A casing? Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 120. Is that the same thing?
Yes, sir. That's I believe, a bullet fragment. Oh, no, it's a casing. Yes, I can see it.
Yeah, it's hard to see, but do you see it there?
Yeah, I can see it now.
Sorry, bearings are off. Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 122. Let me go in order. What's been marked as State's Exhibit 121. Okay. Is that also how you encountered the body?
Yes, sir.
Now, if you remember off the top of your head, how many casings were around the body?
I believe there were 3.
Okay. Did you recover all 3 of these casings?
Yes, sir.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 122. Okay.
Yes, sir.
The way the position of the body is, was that the way you found it?
Yes.
Okay. You never moved the body?
I didn't touch the body, sir.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 125. Can you explain, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what that is?
That's the victim's hand. It has a tattoo.
Okay. And in what position is her hand?
Like facing up. She was
Like, how would you describe how her hand was when she passed away, I believe?
she stayed with her hand closed.
Okay. Would you say it's clenched, like a fist?
Yeah, right.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 126, which appears to be a close-up. Okay. Is that one of your markers?
I don't recall, sir. Mine
Okay. But
might have belonged to the Ranger.
okay, but those markers are placed there for what purposes?
That's the casing, to mark the casing.
Show you State's Exhibit 127. Same question.
Same thing.
Same thing? Okay, now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 129, which gives you a little bit more of a layout of how the crime scene was. We see 3 markers and 3 circles in orange, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And is that where the casings were found? They weren't moved?
No, they weren't moved. That's where they were at.
Okay. Permission to publish the other 2 hits at the bench conference.
Yes, sir.
Now I'm going to show you Investigator Naked so we can give the jury a context, but I'm showing you State's Exhibit 130. Okay, it's already been admitted into evidence. Okay. Can you describe what you're seeing in that photo?
It looks like the fragment. It's too far.
Okay, and what do we see there?
It's a lot of blood. And
You need to
some,
speak in the mic.
a lot of blood, and then the blood was already been there for a while.
Okay, who, if anyone else, is in there?
I believe that's a Brandon Stern.
Okay. And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 123. You can go ahead and explain that to the jury as well.
That's already when the medical examiner arrived and they turn the body over.
Okay, and do they usually move the body and stuff like that?
Yes, that they're the ones. We don't touch the body till the medical examiner arrives.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to hand to the jury for their inspection States Exhibit 130, States Exhibit 123. Investigator Naked, moving on. Is that the only crime scene that you went to?
I went to the last one, or Janelle's crime scene.
Okay, let's back up. Do you remember how you went?
Yes,
Okay. Did you go to that crime scene?
not to the crime scene.
Where did you go in that case?
I was sent to the hospital
Okay, why were you sent to the hospital?
to take photographs, and to take photographs.
Okay, were you ordered by someone to go out there and take
My
photographs?
Captain Calderon.
Okay, and when you arrived, what was the state of Miss Luera?
She had already passed away.
Okay, may I approach, Your Honor? I'm going to show you what I'm marking as States Exhibits 131, 132, and 133. Showing you States Exhibit 131. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
Is that the photograph you took at the hospital?
Yes, sir.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw on that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to show you States Exhibit 132. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw on that day as well?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 133. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw on that day?
Yes, sir.
When these photos were taken, had Miss Luetta already expired?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm tendering the defense counsel States Exhibits 131 to 133 for any objection.
Now we approach.
State wishes to admit States Exhibit 131 and 132,
States Exhibits 131 and 132 would be admitted into evidence.
and 133 withdrawn.
Yeah.
133 is
Yes, so withdrawn. And permission to publish these to the jury. And same announcement as before, Your Honor. Are these fine to publish on the
Based on what you all represented to me yesterday, as far as having informed certain people, yes, you may.
Okay, Investigator Nenke. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 131. Can you identify the individual in this photo?
That's Miss Claudine Loera.
Okay, is this the condition you found Ms. Loera when you went to the hospital?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I'm showing you State's Exhibit 132. Same question, is this the condition you found Ms. Loera
Yes,
at
sir.
the time? Now from the hospital, so let me backtrack. On that, what was that day, if you remember?
Can I look at my notes?
Would it help you refresh your memory to take
Yes.
a look at your notes? Go ahead.
September 13, 2018, sir.
What, if anything, happened after that? Or you know what, let me backtrack. At about what time were you sent out to the hospital to go and take those photos?
It was approximately 8 in the morning.
Okay. Were you at the Webb County substation when Mr. Ortiz was brought in for questioning?
I think I was still there, yes.
Okay, did you sit down and watch that interview in a separate room with other investigators?
No, sir.
Okay, where were you at that time?
I was inside the patrol room.
Okay, where's your main office? Investigator Nenke, where do you usually office out of?
My office is on Highway 59.
Okay, and is that the substation that we're
Yes,
talking
sir.
about? Okay. And what else is the evidence room in that same substation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At about this point, how long had you been up?
An object to relevance, Your Honor.
Sustain.
So we went, we identified that you were at Guisela's crime scene.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that the only crime scene in which you recovered evidence?
I assisted also in the case number 1470.
Okay, and 1470 is which case number?
I believe it's the one with Ms. Erica Peña and the search warrant.
Okay, and when you talk about the search warrant, where was the search warrant executed at?
I believe it was, can I look at my notes?
Will help refresh your memory?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
.204. .204 Burr Oak.
Okay, and whose house did that belong to?
Mr. David Ortiz.
Now, at that location, what was your role and duties?
Crime scene, recovery of evidence, photographs with Investigator Ugarte.
Okay, at that time, what, if any, evidence, physical evidence that you recovered?
We recovered some firearms, ammunition. I think we recovered some trash from the trash cans.
In addition to recovering physical evidence, what else did you do there?
We photographed the scene, the house.
Okay. When you were photographing the house, had anything been moved?
No, sir.
Okay, so the photographs that you took were of the house at the condition when you guys entered the
Yes,
first
sir.
time. Now I'm gonna, permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Now, while remembering these, let me ask you some procedure questions. When you receive evidence and it needs to be sent out to a lab, what is your, what's the procedure that you do to go ahead and ensure that gets taken care of?
Because first of all, we log it in. It has to be in our system, so when it goes to wherever it's going, it's logged out. That way there's chain of custody. And once it's already, we prepare it, depending on how many items are gonna go. We put it in a box, an envelope, just depends what it is. And once all that's done, either myself or back then, Investigator Ugarte would transport it to the crime lab.
Was any of that done in this case?
On certain items, yes.
Okay, who decides which items get sent to the lab?
Whoever's the lead investigator.
Okay, so you don't decide which ones go sent?
The lead investigator tells us what they want us to send.
Okay, and then you're the one in charge of actually taking that evidence, securing it, and sending it out to whichever lab
Yes,
it
sir.
corresponds to.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. When that evidence is then sent back, who recovers that?
Whoever, because usually it'll be like, we'll go take something to the lab and they'll tell us we have this evidence there, and then we bring it back.
And we, is it usually you?
Either me or Ugarte back then, and right now it's me or Sergeant Castillo.
Okay. Once it's brought back, where does it go?
It gets logged back into the system and put back where it goes.
Okay, now, Deputy Castillo testified yesterday that there's a secure system there. Can you describe that system to ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Our system is we have the evidence room has a keypad, and only myself and Sergeant Castillo have the code. We go in and we put it back, depending what in this case, since it's a major case, it's separate and it's all put together in boxes by case number.
Okay, let's talk about those case numbers. In this case, how many case numbers were there?
1405, 1453, 1464, 1465, 1475, sir.
Okay, and why was it divided into 5 cases?
Because each was a different incident, a different crime scene.
Okay, and so the evidence is based on the where it's recovered?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and all that is kept separate from one another?
Yes, it's since in this case it was the same case, like all together, but they're separate by case number.
Okay, and who's in charge of that?
Me.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Now, we talked that you went to the house on Borough.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to show you a series of photographs showing you what's been marked as States Exhibits 134, 135, 136, 137, 138, 139, 140, 141, 142, 143, and 144. Okay, I'm going to ask you individually, but in States Exhibit 134, do you recognize that photo?
Yes, sir.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the photo that was taken that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead and same question for States Exhibit 135. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw on that day?
Yes, sir.
States Exhibit 136. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw on that day?
Yes, sir.
States Exhibit 137. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw on that day?
Yes, sir.
States Exhibit 138. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw on that day as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay, States Exhibit 139. Same question. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw on that day?
Yes, sir.
States Exhibit 140. Fair and accurate depiction of what you saw on that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. States Exhibit 141. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw on that day?
Yes, sir.
States Exhibit 142. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw on that day?
Yes, sir.
And States Exhibit 143 and 144. There's fair and accurate depiction of what you saw on that day in both of those photographs.
Yes, sir.
Hand those back to me. I'm gonna hand over to defense counsel for any objections. States Exhibits 134 to 144. 135, and we'll reserve State's Exhibits 136.
Okay. Well, State's Exhibit 134 and 135, first of all, will be admitted into evidence.
Thank you, Judge. And then State's Exhibits 136 and 144 through 144 will reserve to bring in through another witness. Permission to publish State's Exhibits 134 and 135, Your Honor.
Granted.
Okay. Can you describe, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 134. Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it is they're seeing here?
That is the 204 Burr Oak. That's the residence that we had the search warrant for.
Okay, and whose home is that?
Mr. David Ortiz.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 135. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what they're seeing in this photograph?
It's the same house, just the garage photo,
Okay.
the driveway.
Did the other two deputies that you mentioned earlier, Ugarte and Stern, were they with you when when you went into this house?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Now, we spoke that you recovered 3 casings from Huiselda scene, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You have permission to use the wall of the gallery here? I'm going to show you 4 packages, but 3 of these are marked as State's Exhibits 52, 53, and 54. But they came in this package. And I'm going to mark this one for the record purposes. I'm going to mark this as State's Exhibit 145. So, State's Exhibit 145, do you recognize that?
Yes, sir. That's a return from DPS.
Okay. Now, without going into what it is, let me just answer one by one with some of my questions. These. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 52?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 53?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 54?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, if you want to hand those back to me. We're talking about State's Exhibit 145. Now you can go ahead and explain to me what it is that we're seeing on State's Exhibit 145.
This is the envelope that DPS returns it when we send it off to the lab.
Okay, and is this one of your envelopes?
I don't think so, because it would have one of these tags on it.
Okay,
Yeah.
and so that's from DPS.
It's from DPS, and it has their logo on it.
Okay, and you had explained to us earlier that they send that back to you.
They send it back. When we go drop off something, they'll say that they have evidence to return, and they give it back to us.
Okay, and then these 3 items were within that bag And these items and this are your packaging.
This is ours, yes.
Okay. Now, let me show you State's Exhibit 52. How do you recognize that item?
The tag right here, it says what it is.
Okay, and you had testified earlier that you had recovered 3 casings from the scene in Guiseldas, right?
Yes, sir.
Is that information reflected on that package? A case number, a name?
It has the case number right here.
Okay, is there some...
Where it was located,
Okay.
the location, and the date and time.
Now, is there an identifying mark that you yourself put on that package to show that it was yours?
Right here where we sealed it.
Okay.
Right, in this case, Ugarte seals it.
Okay, and you recognize that how?
It's JM, those are his initials right there.
Okay. Now, I'm going to ask you to go ahead and open that. Well, let's wait on that. Let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 53. So, same question. How do you recognize what's in that?
It's on the label, 140 cal casing, number 2. It has a case number here, the case number on the tag, the date and time, and what it is, 40 caliber spent casing.
Okay, and is there an identifying mark there that shows that it is yours, or that it was recovered by you?
On this one, right here, it's where my name's where I checked it in.
Okay, and that's in what again?
On the evidence tag when I logged it in.
Okay.
I'm the ticketing officer and I'm the property officer, and then it right here says that it was recovered.
Okay, and these let me show you State's Exhibit 54. Same question, can you identify State's Exhibit 54?
It's number 3. It's a 40 caliber casing, case number, the date and time, the 40 caliber spent casing, and it was sealed by Investigator Ugarte.
Okay. Now, are these items still sealed?
Yes, right now they are.
Okay. When something is opened and then resealed, what do you do to ensure the integrity of the evidence?
I will, if I have to open it, I'll use right here. I'll open it right here, and then I'll put another evidence tape like this, initial it, and date it.
And where do you initial it?
On the edge right here, where that way if the seal's broken, you'll see where they tore it off or something.
Okay, so you initial on the tape itself?
On the tape and on the envelope or box, whatever it is.
And the purpose of that again was?
So if anybody tries to open it, you'll see where it opens. So it'll be like...
Okay, and so from what you can see in those packages, well, let me ask you this, did those get sent to the lab?
Yes.
Okay, how do you know that?
Because it has the lab right here.
Okay.
And it has the sticker right here from the lab.
Okay.
The lab number, submission number.
And is that present in all 3 of the exhibits I showed you,
Yes,
52,
right.
53, and 54?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is there any other identifying marks that the lab does or makes on these packages?
Right here, do you see where they have it written down right here?
Right, okay. And is that present on the other 2 as well?
Yes.
Okay. Does the lab use its own seal?
Yes.
Is it different from the one that you guys use?
Yeah, they have a different, like there's...
So, when the lab sends it back to you and they seal it, are you able to tell if it's your seal or their seal?
It's theirs.
And
You can tell.
How can you tell that?
Because theirs usually have a different color. Every year the color changes.
Okay. So every year the color changes for the labs?
Every year, like certain years, there'll be different colors.
Okay. And again, these have not been opened since they were brought back from the lab?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Your Honor, this time State wishes to admit State's Exhibit 145, which is simply the packaging in which DPS sent back State's Exhibits 51, 52, 53, and 54. And waiting on defense on any objections.
We would ask that they be open and he identify what is in there. The package itself is not the
Right now, there's nothing relevant that's been shown. No relevance.
Your Honor, completely relevant as they are legal. Again, as his testimony just showed, the integrity of these has been maintained. Opening it within, with the integrity thereof, we've already established the last chain of custody, the last link of chain of custody. Mr. Nick is the first link in that chain of custody, and we ask that these be admitted. As a matter of fact, he's actually the last link as well for Mr. Castillo.
He had testified what's in my cracker jack fries right now. We don't know what's inside.
He totally did, Your Honor.
So I got casing.
Right.
I understand he said, but he hasn't said, he hasn't looked in here and said, okay, that's what's in there.
Objection overruled at this time. State's Exhibits 52, 53, 54, and 145 will be admitted in test.
Thank you, Judge. Permission to publish these items to the jury.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm gonna show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 145. Let me see that. That's better. Now I'm showing you on State's Exhibit 145. There's a green label there that we're seeing that starts with the letters LAR. Is that the Webb County tag?
No, sir.
Whose tag does that belong to?
That belongs to the DPS crime lab.
Okay. This number right here, is that the Webb County number?
No, that belongs to DPS.
Okay. Now we talked about how they have seals that are different than yours, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is this the Webb County Sheriff's seal?
That would be ours, yes, sir.
Okay, and you had explained that you sign over the tape and over a piece of this in case it's torn, you can see.
You'll see where they tore it.
Okay. Here at the bottom, there's another seal in which it seems that they had resealed it from where they opened it. Is that your seal?
No, that's the DPS.
Okay. I'm gonna show you State's Exhibit, start with 52. And we had already talked about earlier that this is one of the casings that you had recovered, okay?
Yes, sir.
Now, we've already established that this hasn't been opened, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. It still has the sheriff's seal?
Yes, sir.
It's still in place? It hasn't been torn?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Here, there's a signature with a marking here. Okay. Whose is that, if you can recognize it?
I don't recognize it, sir.
Okay, so we'll go back here. Again, the evidence tape here, that's not one of the sheriffs, right?
No, that has to be somebody from the crime lab.
We spoke about a label. Is this the label that you were talking about?
Yes, sir.
Is this the barcode that you had explained gets printed out automatically through the computer system?
Yes, sir.
Is that barcode unique to each one of these labels?
Yes, and then they have a different tag on the top.
Okay. Included in this tag, what other information, identifying information for this case is there? And if you need me to zoom in, I can. I know it's been blurred a bit.
It has the tag number. It has our case number.
So the tag number,
the description, one casing.
Case number.
And right there I wrote in the time, the number one, the time it was recovered. Then it has the officer that's logging it in. That would be me. And then it has the agency barcode that says Webb County on it.
And this information up here?
That was written in by either myself or that looks like Investigator Ugarte's handwriting or Mr. Stern's.
Okay. And down here, it looks like there's
Investigator Stern.
So okay, so Investigator Stern was present and helped you recover these items as well.
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 53. Same series of questions. Identifying marks on this one?
The case number, the property, the tag number, the .40 caliber casing, the time it was recovered, checked in by me, and then all the other information, the barcode.
Okay, so you're saying check-in officer. Is
Yeah.
this what we're talking about?
Yeah, that's good.
And I know it's very blurred. How many years has this been sitting in storage?
Since 2018.
But you can tell that that's yours, right?
Yes, I can see my name right there, sir.
And whose name is that?
Nenke.
Okay. State's Exhibit 54. Same series of question. Are there identifying marks on this package?
Yeah, it's the tag number, case number, the third casing, the time, and it was logged in by myself, and the barcode, and the Webb County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, and again, none of this has been opened since it's gotten back from the lab, aside from the packaging in which it came in.
Yes, sir.
Put in the packaging. Was this the only crime scene that you yourself processed?
I helped investigator Ugarte. Him and myself worked on the search warrant at the house.
But in terms of where the individual bodies were found,
That basically, yeah.
that's the only one that you actually went and...
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what about items that were recovered from the victims themselves? Clothing, bullet fragments, stuff like that?
The clothing goes with the bodies to the medical examiner's office. Then once the Dr. Stern is done with whatever she does over there, they call us and we go pick up the clothing and whatever else she turns in.
Okay, is there some sort of receipt or documentation that shows that somebody recovered that evidence?
We usually sign a form there, and they'll take out everything to make sure like everything's there.
Okay, and was that done in this case?
Yeah, it's done in all cases.
Okay, I'm going to show you 4 documents. Mr. Gitterdenke, I'm going to mark this one as State's Exhibit. Pull it out of this. $146. Do you recognize that document?
That's the form that Dr. Stern gives us to sign.
I'm marking this 146. Okay. How do you recognize that form?
It says what county medical examiner's receipt of evidence.
Okay. And is it reflective on that form as to who recovered or who brought that evidence back from the medical examiner?
I did. Has my name, my signature, the date, the agency, and the phone number to the office.
Okay. So we're going to ask you to give me that one back. I'm going to give you what's now being marked as State's Exhibit 147. Same question. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, sir.
And how do you recognize that one?
Same thing. What county medical examiner receipt of evidence.
Okay, and on there, is there anything identifying who recovered that evidence?
My name's right there, sir. I recovered it, the date and time, and same information.
Did you sign both of these forms, 146 and 147?
Yes, sir.
And you recognize your signature in both?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you want to hand me back 147? I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 148. Same question, what document is that?
It's the same Webb County Medical Examiner's Office receipt of evidence.
Okay, and how are you able to recognize that document?
The same one as the other ones, and I received the evidence.
Okay, and again, is that one signed by yourself?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you want to hand me that one back? I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 149. Same question, do you recognize those items?
Yes, sir.
Or that document, I'm
Yes,
sorry.
sir. It's the Webb County Medical Examiner's receipt of evidence.
And again, how do you recognize that document?
It's the one Dr. Stern gives us when we pick up evidence.
And is there anything on that document that identifies who recovered it?
My name and my signature, date, agency, and phone number.
Now, in addition to that information as to who recovered it, where it's coming from, what other info is on that sheet?
The investigator that's giving it to us.
And you say investigator, what investigator is that?
The ones that work for the medical examiner.
Okay. Now, you want to hand me that one back? I'm going to tender State's Exhibits 146 through 149 To defense counsel for any objection.
146, 147, 148, 149, Your Honor, is that it's hearsay. There's no exception that they could offer.
Your Honor, these items are not hearsay. It's simply the
Go up
list
there.
that we covered.
You know, approach.
Janek, I'm going to ask you a few other questions. These forms that I just showed you, 146, 147, 148, and 149, where are the originals kept of that?
They turned over to the investigator that has the case.
Okay, and that, do you know, well, I guess you wouldn't know at that point where they go.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the main investigator would be the one that explains where the originals and that is.
Yes.
And have you ever investigated a case at CID?
Yes.
Okay, and when you turn in your report, are all originals turned over, or are they scanned and a copy's turned over?
The originals stay with the original report, depending on what kind of report it is, but they should be scanned and put in the...
So usually what the state gets is scanned copies of the originals.
This one?
Yeah.
No, this is a copy.
Right, that's a copy.
Yeah.
But what we get is usually what, the originals or scanned copies?
Whenever they turn in the report, whatever the investigator puts in.
Okay, that's fine. Your Honor, we're going to re-urge 146, 147, 148, and 149.
Same objections.
You establish where the original are one and available.
with the
That's the objection. What's the state at this time?
That's okay. If you remember, did you recover any evidence from the medical examiner's office?
The victim's clothing, if there was any projectiles, they would come in the envelopes inside. She usually takes the fingerprint card, FTA card, fingernail clippings, pubic hair clippings, and a couple other things that I can't remember offhand, but there are several things that she turns over to us.
Did you recover any projectiles from these bodies?
From where, sir?
From the ME's office, did you recover any
I
projectiles?
believe so.
Okay. And those weren't recovered at the scene, right?
No, the medical examiner turned them over to us.
Okay. Now, in addition to what you recovered at Guisela scene and the stuff that was recovered from the medical examiner's office, what, if anything else, of physical evidence did you yourself recover and put away into evidence?
I remember there being some fragments.
Some fragments?
Bullet fragments.
Okay. Did you ever recover anything related to an automobile?
Not off. Can I look at my notes?
Sure, if you'll refresh your memory.
Yeah, I don't recall, sir.
Okay. Were you ever given a key to a truck?
That was, yes.
Okay.
That was, but that was another case number.
Okay, why was there another case number on it?
Because that one was with Erica Peña and the search warrant case number.
Okay, what did you do with that key?
I locked it in a filing cabinet in my office.
Okay, do you remember who gave you that key?
Captain Calderon.
Okay, were you able to match that key to a vehicle?
Yes, the
Which vehicle was
suspect
that?
vehicle.
Which one again? I'm sorry.
The suspect's vehicle.
And what vehicle is that? If you remember.
It's a white Dodge pickup.
Now you said that you're the custodian of evidence there at that substation.
Yes,
Where
sir.
has this white Dodge pickup been the last 4 years since the date of his arrest?
It's parked outside the parking lot.
Is that vehicle still there to this day?
Yes, sir.
Okay, has it been moved?
No, sir.
Has it been moved for evidence purposes?
No, sir.
Okay, were tire impressions taken of this?
I believe so.
Okay. Did you ever take anything off of that vehicle?
The left rear tire.
Okay. You yourself pulled the left rear tire?
No, the tire man from the Webb County's Road and Bridge.
Were you present when this
Yes,
was
sir.
done? Okay. Have you seen that tire?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Bench or
To wheel out?
yes.
Now, it's going to be a little hard here. I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 64. Okay, and I guess I'm going to bring it close to you because I usually ask you to step down, but I'm not going to do that today. Can you see from there?
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah. Look, this thing's heavy. All right. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize this item?
That's the tire I removed from the truck.
Okay, is there a tag or any identifying information on it?
I tagged it right there.
You tagged it right here.
Mhm.
Okay, and is that, like you said, is this the tire that came off of that white Dodge that's been in your possession this entire
sir.
time? State wishes to admit into evidence at this time State's Exhibit 64. Any objections from the defense?
I didn't hear you say that.
Wish to admit State's Exhibit 64. Sorry, I'm out of breath.
Yeah, that's fine.
State's Exhibit 64 at this time.
Well, Judge, we still have, we're still objecting on the legality of the seizure of this truck. So our objection is that at this time, until they establish that the truck was legally seized, which is not coming to trial yet, that it's not admissible at this point, Your Honor.
I believe the court's already made a ruling on that.
Well,
Well, we're re-urging it.
yes, your objections noted, court's ruling stand, at this time, the State's Exhibit number 64, you said? 64, right, is admitted into evidence. Your objections are noted.
Now, Investigator Nick, on the night of the arrest, you mentioned that you were at the substation. Okay, did you participate in any way in the search of the vehicle?
No, sir.
Okay, were you present during the search of the vehicle?
No, sir.
Okay, did you participate in the search at any time after that?
No, sir.
At this time, we'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Questions, Your Honor?
Your excuse, sir.
Thank you, sir.
You want to assist them? And make sure there's nothing in the way. I think you have to press that one also at the same time. Sure. You have to press that one at the same time. You have to figure it out. Yeah. So yesterday you have to figure out, so we need to have one of the both.
These were the ones that I put up.
Okay.
During the lunch break, Mr. Avila, the state mentioned in front of the defense that there may be
Yes,
another short witness.
Yes, he's ready.
Yes, Your Honor, to predicate witness.
Okay, are you ready to call? Who's the witness?
Yes.
Who's the witness?
Ignacio Riojas.
And is he present? You say Riojas. Was that Riojas? Has not been sworn, right? Good afternoon, sir. Yes, sir. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're going to give during this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Proceed. Good afternoon, Mr. Rojas. My name is Maricela Jackman, for the record.
Good
Would
afternoon.
you please state your full name?
My name is Ignacio Riojas Jr.
And Mr. Rojas, how are you employed?
I'm a district manager for Murphy, USA,
Where is that? In what city?
Laredo, Texas, and part of the lower Rio Grande Valley.
Okay, and how many Murphy's stores do you manage?
A total of 12.
Okay. In those 12, do you manage the Murphy's that is located in Laredo, Texas on International Street?
Yes, I am the district supervisor for that location.
And as a point of reference, is that in front of a Walmart in Laredo, Texas?
That is correct, in front of a Walmart.
What is do you have an identifier for that store?
Yes, it's store number 8718.
Now, do you recall receiving a request from law enforcement back in September of 2018?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And was that a request for assistance in obtaining surveillance, video surveillance for your store?
Yes.
Do you have, and that was for footage that was captured of activity that occurred on Friday, September the 14th, 2018?
That is correct.
Okay. Does the Murphy's store 8718, located on International, have a security surveillance?
Yes, they do.
Okay. And is it capable of recording images of the work areas?
That is correct.
The parking areas?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that include the pumps, the gas pumps?
Yes.
Okay. And is this surveillance, is it videotape or is it digital recording?
It's digital recording.
Okay. Is this digital recording, does it automatically record images on a hard drive or other electronic medium?
Yes, it's on a hard drive.
Okay. And are you able, or do you have the capability to retrieve or duplicate the images, the recorded images, onto a CD or USB?
Yes.
And are you able to specifically request a time frame that is requested of you? For example, in this occasion, the September the 14th of 2018.
Yes.
Okay. And did you in fact transfer or duplicate the recorded images from that surveillance, that security surveillance?
Yes, for that date, yes, I did.
Okay. Do you recall the name of the investigator that requested assistance with this?
Ranger Ernesto Salinas?
Okay. And did you provide him with a copy of this surveillance?
Yes, I did.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Rojas, I'm giving you what is marked as States Exhibit 150. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It's a USB.
And have you observed the images on that USB?
Yes, I have.
And how is it that you know that this is the USB that you observed?
It has our store number, once I was able to see it, I could see my store, everything from the store, from the inside to the outside.
So now, when did you observe the images that are stored in this exact USB?
I viewed it when Mr. Ernesto Salinas asked me to download the information on the USB. He asked for a particular time frame, and I did, and I just ensured that everything that he requested, it was actually downloaded on the USB.
Okay. Now, for clarification purposes, is this the exact USB that you provided to E.J. Salinas?
Yes.
Okay. And did you provide any identifiers on this USB so that we would make sure that it is the actual USB that you observed?
Yes, my initials.
Okay. Is it a true and correct and accurate representation of the images from your surveillance camera?
Yes, ma'am.
I now tender States Exhibit 150 for inspection and offer into evidence.
inquire briefly, Your Honor?
You may.
Mr. Riojas, you
Mike,
stated,
please.
I'm sorry?
Mike.
Oh, sorry. Mr. Riojas, you stated that you were requested by Ranger Salinas back in September of 18 to, I guess, download this from your digital hard drive onto this USB?
That is correct.
Okay. And then back in September of 2018, you viewed this USB to make sure that it accurately reflected what it intends to reflect. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I do, sir. Yes.
Okay. Have you viewed it since?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And when did you last view it?
I viewed it this morning.
Okay. So that's why the 11/30/22 is here?
That is correct.
And you viewed it in its entirety?
Correct, sir.
And it still accurately depicts that?
Yes, sir.
No objection, Your Honor, to 150.
So State Exhibit 150 was offered, will be admitted into evidence at this time.
Oh, Your Honor, I pass the witness.
No, nothing from this witness, Your Honor. No questions.
You may sit down. You're excused. Let me ask the attorneys briefly a question. Can you approach just the length of the, or I can ask you from here. What's the length of the next?
Your Honor, we're gonna go back and continue with Captain Calderon. And of course, Calderon is through, we're back on the confession.
I understand, but how long? There's a new CD, right?
We're going to disc 2.
And how long is that, more or less?
Disc 2. How long is disc 2? It's gonna probably be about an hour and 20 minutes as well. But
Yeah. I'm just gonna give the jury an afternoon break then. Before that, that's what I was asking. That's why I was asking. It's almost 4 o'clock, so we'll take about a 10 to 15-minute break, and again we'll try to work till about 5:30, 5:45 again. So I'll just remind you not to discuss the facts of the case. Thank you.
All right, for the jury.
406 Court is back in session.
All right. Wait one sec. We're waiting for that. Somebody else stepping up, or is it prosecution side? They're both out.
Well, I think he's getting,
Oh, okay. We're gonna go for 5:30, 5:45 again, wherever we're at with the. All right, so everyone's ready now for the jury?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and bring the jury in now, please.
All right, for the jury.
That's a turn shot hand. 116. There you go. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Judge. Captain Calderon, we left off finishing disc 1, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so now we're going to move into disc 2. Okay?
Yes, sir.
If you can direct your attention to the transcript of disc 2. So when we concluded your testimony earlier, you all had been, you began the interview of Juan David Ortiz, correct?
Correct.
You were asking him about Erica, correct? When at the initial stages of the interview, y'all were
In the initial stages,
okay.
yes.
So let's continue with the interview of Juan David Ortiz. And what you were asking him, if you could walk us through. If you can walk us through what topics or information were you talking to Mr. Ortiz about?
On disc 1?
On disc 2. We're now on disc 2.
On disc 2. On disc 2, we asked if he knew the victims' names. We talked about some of the actions of earlier that day, and he still claimed not to know the people or what happened earlier that day.
Well, you had already fully interviewed Erica, correct?
Correct.
She had already provided you all the details as to where he picked her up.
Yes.
Where they went to buy drugs.
Yes.
Where they went to buy beer.
Correct.
Where they went to his house.
Yes.
What they did at his house.
Yes.
What happened at the stripes near his house.
That's correct. Yes.
The allegation of him pulling out the gun.
Yes.
You confronted him with all of that.
Yes.
What were his responses to that information that you shared with him or confronted him with?
He claimed that he didn't know what we were talking about. That he didn't know Erica.
So you say he said, I don't know what you're talking about. How many times did he say that? At least on disc 2, more or less.
I don't recall, but it was several times.
Okay. Did you talk to him about his being familiar with the toll road? When I say toll road, what toll road are we referring to?
FM 255, Camino Colombia.
Okay. Now, did he did you examine him, question him about when the last time he was on the toll road?
We did.
And what was his response? If you can recall?
He didn't remember.
You say he had one time made an arrest around there, or he had made a bust or something when he was working with another unit?
Correct, but not recently. Not that day. He didn't remember being there that day.
Okay. Did you ask him about his familiarity with Jeffrey Rhodes? Jeffrey's Road.
I don't recall on this one. I'd have to check my notes here.
Okay, you go ahead and check your notes. Did you bring up the topic about his service weapon?
Yes, on the previous disc, yes.
Okay. What else do you talk to him about on disc 2?
We talk about Melissa and Claudine.
Okay, and what does he tell you about Melissa or Claudine?
Initially, that he doesn't know who they are.
Okay. Do you confront him with the information that Erica gave you that they had gone to his house?
Yes.
And what does he say about that?
He denied it initially.
Do you confront him with that he bought drugs for Erica? That they went for a cruise in his truck?
We talk about that eventually, yes.
And
he denied it also initially.
He denied it also. In fact, I think you alluded to it earlier. The only Erica he knows what is from when.
He said that the only Erica he knew was from a Gladys Porter High School or Gladys Porter School from his hometown.
Which was where?
By Brownsville, or I believe.
Brownsville, Texas.
Yes, sir.
So up until this, in disc 2, he continues to deny any knowledge of Erica.
Correct.
He denies knowing or any knowledge of Melissa.
Correct.
He denies any knowledge of Claudine.
Correct. And I found here. I think, can I read from here, the answer? I think that was pretty much the last time I was on the toll road, when I was in TEU. I guess that's a unit or something, or somewhere where he worked. But he's saying that last time he was there is when he was working.
What about, did you ask him the last time he fired his service weapon?
We did. He said qualifications, which would have been 3 months previous, somewhere around there, because qualifications were coming up.
So on September the 15th, when he's sitting with you in this interview room, he says that the last time he fired his service weapon, the 40 cal H&K, was 3 months before.
Approximately is what he said when he qualified last time.
When he qualified.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and publish disc 2 at this time, Your Honor. Go ahead.
Ranger didn't serve. You were up against way up on the stuff that you bring back to leave. You know that. And you're the one who has to deal with that. And even though I can't relate, I imagine it's not easy. And I imagine that's why you went to the VA. Now I can understand if you're pretty upset because you didn't get the help you wanted to get.
I started blacking out really bad.
When that started happening?
With when I drink. I take those pills. I take the pills every day, so in other words, when I drink.
I'm gonna ask you here, and I'd like an honest answer.
Okay.
And I'm gonna be real frank with you. I'm gonna be square with you. And look at me, please.
Yes.
I'm not messing around with you. I'm not joking around.
The exhibits were 104 through 115. We played 104, I believe, before lunch break, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
The exhibit, the last exhibit was 104. So is it? Are they in sequence? So the next one should be 105, is it?
This is just exhibit 105.
Okay.
Here in Arkansas, I don't know if you'll tell that's all.
I can tell you detail that that's not a problem.
And I bought 3 tall boys there.
Okay.
So as far as buying beer in Arkansas, I don't know if you'll tell that's all.
I can tell you details of the beer that was bought over there. You didn't get down.
Okay.
Yeah, you sent someone to get the beer for you.
Okay. Wow.
The person actually dropped one of the beers when they left the store on the way out. Dropped it, picked it up.
Damn.
Yeah.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We know that you don't like people smoking in your truck. Is that true?
Yeah. I don't like people smoking in my truck.
So I mean, I'm trying to tell you is, I want to know what happened today about that. You keep telling me we should know something, and we already know. You know why you're here. You know why you're here. We'll get to that. Before we get to that, what happened with that young lady earlier?
I have no idea what young lady you're talking about.
You know, you don't remember Erica?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
You have no idea who Erica is.
The only Erica I know is Erica Castro, and she's from high school.
What high school?
Gladys Porter High School. The only Erica I know.
That's in Brownsville? So you're from Brownsville? Yeah. Oh, wow. That was my first TV station in Brownsville. Yeah, I was there for 8 years.
Oh, man.
This Erica's not from Broadway, from the rest.
Oh.
They call you Judy? Mind if I call you Judy? They call me Fred. You can call me Fred if you want. If not, you call me everybody Fred. I've been called everything that is. I'm okay with anything.
And you...
I know you guys can take this off, but I think that one's on. I'm gonna catch you.
Well, because you remember the ticket, you said something like that?
Oh, yeah,
right?
yeah.
Right. Well,
Listen.
you've done investigation before. You know how evidence is collected. You know how they collect the evidence. Stuff like that. So, when you say that you all know already, you say que tienes kids or not?
You say you have
3 kids.
right?
Okay. And you're gonna love them forever, right? Okay. No matter what they do in life.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's say you have 2 kids that go doctors, lawyers, y otro kind of
And the other one doesn't even
lo
work
arrestan
and
and
was.
everything. You have to go get them out of jail and everything. You're still gonna love them,
They arrest him.
right? Or you're gonna treat him like, you're gonna cut him off. No matter what he did, si algo le pasaba.
If something happened to him.
I had this discussion with the wife already.
Okay.
Just had them flunk it if they're
If it turns out to be a failure.
So you're kind of strict with your kids.
Very.
Okay. And your wife is a lenient one?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that one of the issues that you all been having?
Not having any issues.
Okay.
I promise you. I didn't say anything with that.
Not even with the drinking, tampoco you had issues?
No.
So she was cool with you drinking and everything?
She was not cool with me drinking and driving, blacking out. And she would tell me that I was risking too much at work, that I don't think to legal.
If you get stopped for DWI.
So that was the only argument with drinking. She said, "Dude, you're fucking drinking, you're driving, you black out." So that was why I started.
Okay, and you would be driving with your family in the car?
No, never, never.
So era cuando ibas con
So
los
it was when you
boys,
would
okay,
go
like
with
boys night out or
or
whatever?
like
Yeah,
or whatever.
I never really did night out. Like, I never really hung out with anyone from work.
So when would you drive in?
Louder so that the translations can come out.
Yes.
Okay, please.
Nomás later, cuando iba para el rancho.
Okay.
Y en el
When I would
rancho
go to
me
the ranch.
ponía pedísimo.
By yourself?
And at the ranch I would get really drunk.
My wife hated me.
And you would go there by yourself?
Pretty much.
Okay.
Porque it's out in the middle of nowhere. It's about a mile north of Wilhausen Road. Y,
Because it's
pues quien quiera andar ahí con el
and
cabrón.
then more who wants to be there with
Can you
you.
iterate?
So no, I never drank with my kids in the car.
Okay.
Never.
Okay. So one of your kids sale mal y
Turns out to be rotten.
When was the last time you were over there on the toll road?
Toll road? It's been a while. I've been on the toll road since probably when I was in the target enforcement unit. I got fucking bell out. I was on the toll road. Y luego me parqué on Highway 83 en el Fast Flow gas station.
Across the
cruzar
street
la
from the
calle, el
dam.
pinche vaquero saloon or some shit que está ahí. I was
That is
parked in the
there.
gas station, broad daylight. I was looking at traffic, 2 in the afternoon, pasan a white
How was it with
F-250
the-
long bed con un pinche strape driving it
With a damn
with a
strap.
helmet in the dashboard. And I hesitated, I was like, it's too good to be true, man, this guy off the middle. So I go, I get behind him. I tried to get behind him, the motherfucker stepped on it. And then I go in the passing lane, he had like a scout with him, intentionally blocked me. And lit him up, finally got out of the way, and I stepped on it. Oh, pura coincidencia,
Oh, it was
that
by
deputy was going by,
coincidence
I don't
that,
remember his name, he had commander into
Okay. Tall guy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
tall guy. The guy ended up bailing at the TNA gas station at the 13 mile marker. He had like 500 pounds of weed. So I think that was pretty much the last time I was on the toll room. Just went down to TEU.
When I was at
After
the
that,
TEU.
we started focusing mostly on stash houses. Yeah, we worked mostly on
And
the
that's
south
it.
side of Laredo.
What about Jeffrey's Road? When's the last time you were there?
Jeffrey's Road, it's been a long ass motherfucking time. Probably since before TEU. Probably in 2015, maybe 2016. That's probably the last time I was there. Pero Jeffrey's
But-
Road on the, yeah, let's get 255 runs
see that.
west and east on the north side. The north side is on the traffic. On the south side,
That's where all the
99,
traffic is.
those,
There isn't
rich
anything.
people live there. They're ranch houses.
Okay.
On the north side is the stop traffic. So,
Okay, so if you're going
Is where the traffic is.
from 35 to the toll road on Pacalimba Bridge, on
When you are
the
entering
north
the
side.
bridge.
Yeah.
it's
Okay.
on the
Right.
north side. And
Yes.
it goes a very, very long way. I never really liked going in there porque,
Because?
like I said, I started in Cotula and I went to North as a supervisor. So I never got the actual field time to track groups.
There.
So, mostly a highway guy. Aquí in
They're at-
North. En Cotula tienes los ranchos con madre.
I don't. I do know the ranches very well.
So they're really pretty much lost.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah, as a supervisor, you don't get much field time,
Field time.
unfortunately.
How many guys did you supervise?
I had like a crew of 14.
Mira, partner.
Look,
Ortiz, right? You know you're in a bad deal right now, right?
in a bit of a bind.
No.
I mean, I think you know the bind you're in right now. And I think what happened earlier today with that person, that's not all that happened.
You guys keep saying this person,
A couple of weeks ago.
Listen, look.
Okay. A couple of days afterwards on that lady. And then this happens to you that you remember picking up this other lady. And then guess what? We find another lady tonight.
Oh, fucking shit.
I'm sure you've seen the news, right? Right.
tonight, you said?
Oh, fucking shit.
Now, the kind of weapon you're describing, same kind of weapon, linked to all of them. You know how DNA works?
Yeah.
Okay. You know how blood works? Yes. You know how a cell tower phone works?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any reason why all that stuff's gonna probably be linked to you?
Did you lend your gun to someone else?
Not my service weapon, everything my service weapon.
It had been a long
And
time.
you said you didn't fire today.
No.
So if we do a GSR in your hands, it's not gonna show any gun residue.
No, I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No.
Well, you don't see it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
You don't see it.
I mean, you studied criminal justice, you said?
Yes.
Well, you know the GSR, how it works.
Yes,
Yes, I know. Except,
Have you done drugs? No. Positive.
Positive.
So if there's somebody out there saying, no, sir, yo lo conozco de LND.
I know him.
No?
Give me a piss test right now.
Well, some of the people we talked to said he didn't necessarily buy for you.
I have no idea what you guys are talking about right now.
We're talking about the person who was found out at Jeffrey's Road about a week ago.
Okay.
No, talking about that.
I saw it on the news.
Saw it on the news.
And the other?
We're talking about the one after that.
The news didn't really release much on that one.
And the one tonight?
That, I don't know jack shit about right now. You guys are freaking me out with that one.
And on top of that, there's the one that got away. The one that got away, I'm gonna backtrack a little bit, jog your memory. So, you picked up Erica earlier today. You picked her up before. She's been to your house before. She can describe your house on the inside. She can describe your backyard. She can describe the truck. She can describe you. She knows you by name. She didn't know you were a Border Patrol agent. I'm sure that would have scared her away knowing your profession. But she knew you were a supervisor somewhere because you had told her. She knew you were a veteran because you had told her that too. She knew what you drove. She knows you don't like letting her smoke inside the truck because you don't want that. You don't like to smell cigarettes in your truck. And she did tell us that she noticed something was up with you, that you weren't your normal self today. She says that she's seen you before and you were pretty cool. You were pretty laid back, you were pretty chill. And today you weren't very chill. You seemed agitated, you seemed on edge, and you weren't being your normal self. So, she hesitantly went with you, jumped in the truck with you. Y'all took the cruise. Y'all went by Arkansas.
Where did this person jump in my truck? Where? Pretty long?
Not that long. Not where the ladies work. Not where the ladies work. It's actually 3 or 4 blocks. It's actually only a couple blocks. 3 or 4 blocks. So you pick her up where she normally works. You've picked her up before. It's not the first time. She doesn't recall the exact amount of time, but she knows it's more than 5, less than more than 5, less than 10, 15 times.
And think about this.
Look.
Once this hits out there,
I mean,
there might be some other people coming forward with the same thing, and they're gonna recognize you. Like, yes, this is the muchacho que me
that
daba.
is the guy that picked me up.
Oh. This is the vato que vi que la
Or this is the guy that I saw pick her up and he picked up this one.
So, you drove around to the cruise, went home with her. Before that, you let her drive by somewhere so she could connect. You gave her money for that. So she could connect, as long as she didn't use it in your car, what you told her apparently. Some cigarettes or the whatever she connected with. She went to your house, and you're telling us you don't do drugs, right?
I've never done drugs.
Okay, and I believe you. I believe you. Other than prescribed stuff, I believe you.
take prescribed medication.
Yeah, and I don't mean that when I say drugs. I don't mean prescribed stuff.
Oh, okay.
But there were drugs in your house earlier today, and they weren't being used by you.
There are drugs in my house?
She took them. She said you all sat down, went to the backyard, had a smoke. She was feeling kind of funny. She told you she was feeling funny because of the way you were acting.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah. And she puked in your front yard. You didn't want the neighbors to see, so you told her to get behind your truck, which she did. And there's puke on your driveway.
Oh, so you guys have been to my truck, to my house?
Not in your house. Not in your house. Not inside. Not inside.
Well, you got my keys, so just open the door.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
You had the keys with you when you were in the back of the truck?
The guy has them.
Okay.
We'll get there. Don't worry.
There's no point in kicking doors open or throwing pot shots or anything in the house.
Oh, we throw pop shots, to be honest.
You guys told me, man.
I don't know BP, but we don't do
Right,
stuff like that. Yeah. So you following what I think pretty much that was part of your actions today, but she noticed you weren't yourself. Probably she noticed because she said you picked her up enough times to know that you were cool. She actually said you were a little bit sangrón, but she was cool with that.
Sangrón?
Yeah, a little bit.
Asshole. I have no idea who you guys are talking about.
We're talking about Erica. She's not the only one you picked up, though.
Okay.
She's not the only one picked up, and Ortiz. That was earlier today.
Okay.
And Ortiz, earlier today, you were at that gas station by her station. With her.
Station?
With her. Some of the stuff you were doing
Did I
right
go
now.
into the gas station?
No, you didn't.
I had a full tank of gas, so I don't see why I would go there.
Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to talk about. Because you're telling me you had already filled up.
Yeah, and
some of the stuff you're doing right now, when you were describing that you weren't feeling well, the movements you were making with your head right now, you're saying you just weren't feeling yourself and you're shaking your head. She told us you were doing exactly that, and you kind of started to creep her out. And started asking, hey, are you okay? Are you okay? And you said, yeah, I'm fine. And you pulled into the gas station, you went by where the 18-wheelers park.
Where the diesel pumps are at.
Yes, exactly. Okay, exactly over there. So you know what area I'm talking about on the gas station?
Because you're talking, I know that gas station in particular, and I know you said where the trucks are at, so like, I know that gas station.
Now we're gonna get to the part where you have an issue with, you know, the part where you're upset that the trooper confronted you, but we'll get there right now.
Okay.
So we're at the gas station, right? It is after you left the house. You offered to buy her something to eat.
If I buy her something, whoever this person is.
No, you didn't. Because after you offered her something to eat, you started getting upset at her. She said you reached behind the truck, back seat, you pulled out your service weapon and pointed it at her face. She described it to taking her. She described what you were wearing, down to the T.
I've never put my weapon in my backseat.
Okay, well, okay, well, she said you reached back. Right. Got your service weapon, pointed it at her. She tried to fight you off, and she said you were a lot stronger than she was, and that's not hard to believe. She said during the struggle, she got free. You grabbed her shirt, tore off, and this is where this comes together to where you're going to understand why that trooper did what he did. She starts running away, screaming for help. There were witnesses, there were people there. Guess who's in the parking lot also? There's a trooper parked in that parking lot pumping gas. And he sees this lady without a shirt in her bra, running full speed, screaming that someone's going to kill her. Screaming that someone pointed a gun at her. And she's fearful for her life. She was genuinely scared. She thought she was going to die.
You know, during those conversations, the conversation of the two females came up.
What two females?
Two females that we found.
Oh.
Okay. And I think that's where you got kind of edgy.
Conversation with who?
Eric.
Erica.
I don't recall any of this place.
Okay, what happened? What's this? It happened earlier today. And the more she talked about Melissa and Claudine, the more she talked about them, the more agitated he got. And she said he wasn't himself. He kept shrugging his shoulders.
Agitated, like what? What is he like agitated? Like,
You're getting
Maybe you get
irritated.
upset. Maybe you get upset.
You were getting irritated. And that's where she was saying he wasn't himself. He wasn't the person who picked me up the first few times, the person who had picked me up before. You started shrugging your shoulders. You started,
when have I picked her up?
on something like that.
When?
When?
More than 5 minutes since.
I would remember that shit. There's no way in hell I picked. There is no help.
Why not?
Love is your breathing. There's always hope.
Ortiz, look at me. Look, let's be frank here. Did you go to a hospital and shoot it up? No. I know you didn't. Did you go to a daycare and shoot it up? No. I know you didn't. Did you go to a school there by your house and shoot it up? No. I know you didn't do that. So, if you tell me stuff like that, yeah, there's no help for you. Yeah, that's you're pretty far gone. That's not what happened, and both of them still have. That's not what happened. These were crack addicted people. These were prostitutes. Look at me, Ortiz. They're not gonna be missed by too many people. They're not members of society that are productive. You know, I guarantee you, neither one of them was the next Einstein. I can guarantee you that. But it happened. Ortiz, help me understand what you're thinking. Why? It doesn't jive. Look what these look at today.
You want me to explain something that I don't know jack shit about.
Okay.
You want me to give you?
You were at the gas station on San Bernardo earlier today, right?
When the cops.
Yeah. But let's put everything else aside. Everything else we talked about. You were at San Bernardo today at the gas station. Why were you there?
Taking a piss.
Why at the gas station on San Bernardo if you live?
I don't know, man.
North Laredo.
Why did I go to the one in Arkansas? I don't know, sir. Why did I go to the one you say by Laredo North Station? I don't fucking know. I went to Murphy's. I filled up my tank. I don't know, sir.
So you're telling me it's completely possible that you did all this stuff and you have zero recollection
If
of it?
you're telling me this shit,
I'm not telling you.
and I'm
telling
pretty
you where
much
you were.
fucked, and
I'm telling you where you were. I'm telling you where you were. I'm not lying to you. I'm not, and I can't stress this enough from earlier. When you were laughing that, you know, yeah, you knew they were calling you or why they were calling you. No, dude, didn't. We didn't. Your coworkers.
Right.
No, I had no idea they were calling you. I'm looking for you because of America. And we're here because of America. But we're also here because of Melissa. You knew who Melissa was. It wasn't a one-time thing with Melissa. You knew who Claudine was. It wasn't a one-time thing with Claudine. Do you have, I want to know honestly, do you have something against drug users? Do you have something against prostitutes? You don't remember using prostitutes? You don't remember using
prostitutes?
Yeah.
No, sir.
You don't?
No. I was a doctor in the military, so the last thing I would do is fuck a prostitute and risk getting an STD.
I'm not messing with you. There was one in your car today. You know where there's another one right now? There's two more in the morgue and there's one more on their way. What's your cell phone number?
956 455
455 3228 33.
Where's Saturday?
On Saturday, we're on Thursday.
Thursday. Did you work Thursday?
Thursday. Have you been going to work recently?
Yeah.
Did you work Thursday?
Yes, okay, Thursday.
It's Thursday.
It's Thursday.
So
Where are we today?
we're Saturday mid-morning, but when we talked to you first, it was Friday night. So the day before we first talked to you.
Right.
The day before.
I was scheduled to work at that day. In conjunction with a 4-day weekend, so I called Michael Jones and I said, hey man, I'm gonna be a douchebag today. I'm gonna bang in conjunction with a 4-day.
And I told
Hey
him,
man, I'm off duty. Do whatever the fuck you want. So then I called another stoop. I said, hey, I'm not gonna show up to work today.
Okay. So you're off Thursday?
Thursday is sick leave.
Okay. Was your wife at the house?
Yeah, she's always there.
All day?
She's a housewife.
Okay, did you tell her you were working and you went somewhere else?
No, she was there. I was there.
So she can tell us if you were there at the house all day, never left?
Never left. Thursday, hold on, let me... que hicimos el
what
Thursday.
did we do on Thursday?
Thursday, oh, maybe it was Wednesday, we bought pizza at, I went to go pick it up, Pizza Hut.
What else did we do? What else did we do?
Yeah, I was at the house all day. I don't recall doing anything else.
Did you work that last holiday on Monday? A couple weeks ago, that last holiday we had?
That holiday, yes, Labor Day, yes. I wanted
worked?
Yes, I wanted to get paid holiday pay. Yes.
What shift did you work?
I've been working for a few months already, the swing shift from 2 p.m. to midnight.
2 p.m. to midnight.
Yes.
Did you work Sunday? The Sunday before the Memorial Day?
Yes.
And then 2 to midnight?
También, yes. So I definitely worked Sunday and the Labor Day, and I think I was off the day after Labor Day, which was Tuesday, Wednesday.
And normally after you get out, do you go to jail or estás en la casa?
Or do you go home? I go home.
Yes.
And does your wife know that you get home, or she's sleep roncando and she doesn't even know what time you get there?
No, I always wake her up because pues, con todas las medicines I have to take, I make noise.
Okay. So she can say that you were
Yes.
working, like this, midnight, and then Monday también.
Yes.
Friday, which was earlier today, she wanted me to go get a haircut, so I got a fucking haircut.
Mm-hmm.
Thursday, I'm trying to fucking remember what the hell we did, and I don't remember what the hell we got. This we just stayed in the house, and so
But
I didn't go anywhere, guys.
You did.
Thursday? Thursday, I banged in, guys.
I don't.
Yeah,
You knew you didn't go to work. Thursday you were off.
Okay.
So I don't think I go to the house all day.
You didn't stay home all day. I'm not saying you weren't home, but you didn't stay home all day.
But your wife was there all day.
Yes, she's a housewife. She can vouch. The only time she leaves home is in the morning to go drop off the kids. She leaves home again at 11 to drop off the pre-K, and then she leaves home at 3. Yes, sir. That is a true story.
That you do remember.
That my wife does that, yeah.
And then you were off Thursday.
Yes.
And then you were at the house all day. No saliste para la plaza.
Correct.
So we have video or something somewhere else. That wasn't me.
That should not be me.
But if it's
Remember.
but if it's in your truck,
In my truck?
yeah. Because you don't let your trucks anywhere.
Nobody uses my damn truck ever. Ever.
Not even your wife.
No, she hates it. It's too big.
Okay.
The guy that really got pissed and hates it.
Oh, okay.
No. That's not being that's what we can get in there.
You want something to eat?
No.
You sure? Shit, photo?
you want some water?
You want another drink?
Sure. And chips, we have them.
Yeah, I can get you chips. Let me get you some. Yeah, let me get you some.
Ghost Gym on San Isidro? Yeah.
That's this one?
I'm lefty, so me quitaron esa.
They took this one off. They took off this one.
Thank you. Let me get you some chips. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. You're welcome. Give me a couple seconds. I'll be right back. Thank you. We'll work out in the morning, so 5 a.m. bro. All right. You guys allow people to smoke or no, bro?
What's that?
You guys allow people to smoke or no?
I didn't hear.
In the Charlie Point? In the Charlie Point? Shackled up?
Or that, I'll ask.
The end of disc 2, Captain?
That's correct.
This is already sometime after 5 in the morning.
Approximately.
Okay. 38.
Approximately, yes.
Okay. Just two subjects before we move to disc 3 and probably break for the day, but it came up during the interview. The topic came up about the blood on the boot. That one of you or Ranger Salinas mentioned some blood on his boot. Is that right?
Yes, it was mentioned.
Okay. Was there any? Did you derive any evidence from that, or did that lead to anything?
I don't recall. I'd have to check the lab reports on that. I believe Ranger Salinas and the CSI guy sent that out.
But in up until this time, it's been 4 years. But if that blood would have been matched to something or somebody, would you have known about it?
Yes.
Is it possible that didn't result in anything?
It's possible.
Okay. As far as you know, though, there was no result from that supposed blood on that boot.
Correct. I don't recall.
Okay. Or you don't have any evidence to present that to the jury, correct?
Correct.
Okay. What about? I also heard the discussion about GSR. Explain to the jury what is GSR.
Gunshot residue.
Okay. And what is? Explain to the jury what is gunshot residue used for? A test. GSR test.
The kit consists of some swabs, and we would swab somebody's hand and put it in the container package it comes in, and we would send that off to the lab for testing to see if it's testing positive for gunpowder for a firearm that's been discharged.
I know.
Specifically.
Okay. And it was evident in the interview that you all asked them about GSR, or the topic came up about GSR, right? But
correct.
Did you elect to perform the GSR before the interview?
No, we didn't do a GSR before the interview.
And why not? Or during the interview? Did you stop to do it during the interview?
No.
Okay, and why not?
I felt it would have distracted from the ability to interview him. It would have taken away from the interview. I feel like there would have been more value to interviewing him and seeing what he had to say than interrupting that with a process of doing all that and perhaps not being able to talk to him after that, making him change his mind about talking.
So that was, so what you're saying, that was a strategic decision on your part, as far as not interrupting the interview to do the GSR.
It wasn't an oversight, no. I didn't forget to do a GSR.
Okay. It was intentional by you?
Yes, by the discussion we had, the team.
Okay. Because obviously we saw in the video he went to the restroom, right?
Yes, correct.
He ate some chips.
Yes.
He licked his fingers.
Yes.
All of that can compromise GSR results, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. So, so then.
And he was at the restroom before he ran. He may have washed his hands there, may or may have not. I don't know.
Okay.
That could have compromised it as well.
Okay. Your Honor, that's all the questions I have until Disc 3, if the court wants to break at this time.
Do you have any cross on those limited questions right now?
No, Your
Not
Honor.
now?
Still on direct. He's still on direct.
I haven't passed them over.
I understand.
But, okay.
We're doing the video thing. That I'm just asking if there's any limited questions. That's why I said it that way. Then at this time, ladies and gentlemen, jury, we're going to recess for the day. I'll ask you to be here by 8:30 again tomorrow morning, and I'll instruct you again not to discuss the facts of the case, or not to watch any news accounts or read any newspaper articles regarding this case. Your excuse for the day. Thank you.